I want to remind you that the First Nations Energy and Mining Council did announce that they do have a survey around dispute resolution mechanisms within the impact assessment agency processes, both in response to the changes to both federal and provincial law around environmental assessment processes. And that is available both on the BC AFN's regular website, as well as on the First Nations Energy Mining Council FNEMC.ca website. And then once we resume, I'll ask Maureen, the AFN staff, to replace the link to that survey in the chat function so that people will have access to it. There was a draw tomorrow on that regarding, I think it's a MacBook Pro or a MacBook Air laptop for everyone who completes the survey is entered into that draw, which we'll do tomorrow afternoon as well.
Right. Okay, that's good.
Okay.
We can get to the agenda here.
Yep. So welcome back, everybody, as we're getting settled in. We're just a couple more minutes to get restarted. So again, we have been able to move through, it looks like we have gotten through 6 of the resolutions in your resolutions package. We do have the Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples to pick up this afternoon. However, we will turn first to Minister Miller from Indigenous Services Canada, just in terms of the designated time for him. I'll just ask the staff to just let me know when Minister Miller has joined us. I am scrolling through to see if he is indicated there. And in terms of the chat function, so again, just as a reminder, open up the chat button, it'll open it up, and we have entered 2 pieces of information. So the survey being done by the First Nations Energy and Mining Council around dispute resolution mechanisms in the environmental assessment processes. That link is there. If you click on that, it'll take you directly to that. There is a prize for prize draw for those participating. And once again, we've added the agenda for today into the chat box. So thank Maureen for doing that. So you just click on that and then be able to double download and open up that on your agenda as well. And again, a reminder as we engage in the presentations that we are looking to use the raise hands function, which you will find at the bottom of your participants list. So once again, click on your participants list, and then you'll see it at the bottom of that list is a raise hands function. If it's not readily available, there are 3 buttons there, and inside that you will then find that raised hands function. And again, the dialogue here is for the chiefs and proxies primarily, and then participatory representatives are enabled to speak as well. So we just are at 1 o'clock, and I do want to check to see, I did get an indication that Minister Miller was logging in. He's usually pretty good about this, and often has his headset up and running to help him with the background noise and for engaging. So I would note that we do have a letter from the Premier as well. What I'll do though is, and he does speak directly to the declaration, so following Minister Miller, before we proceed to the Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, that's when we'll read that letter into the record as well. So I want to thank the staff for reminding me about that. And Minister Miller, I do want to just check to see if you are present. Again, I'm not seeing anything, so just perhaps as we, he is here, I'm told. So with that, we'll remind everyone again that at the events.bcafn.ca site, all of your information packages are there, the resolutions are there, presentations are there, and biographies of our guests are also there. But of course, to all of us, the Minister of Indigenous Services is well known, given his work over the last, I'm trying to remember if it was the last December or the December before that. My math is off given our isolation. With that, Minister Miller, I will turn the camera over to you and welcome you to the BC Assembly of First Nations gathering.
Thank you, Harold, and nice as always to see you. I think everyone's math is off given how quickly or for some how long this time period has been, but I have been minister for barely a year. Given a global pandemic, I can say it feels much longer, but it certainly has been an immense learning experience. But yes, it has only been 1 year. I perhaps had some meetings with a number of you when I was Indigenous Crown Relations Parliamentary Secretary, but yeah, just a year. And thank you for having me again. Nice to see everyone on the line. Isquail, hello, bonjour. I am coming to you here from Ottawa today, so I would like to acknowledge the traditional territory of the Algonquin people that we are on, and pleased to connect with you today from the various territories that you are in. I want to thank the BC Assembly of First Nations for inviting me back and extend greetings to chiefs and delegates in attendance. I wish I could have been here with you in person as I was, I believe, earlier on in the year when I was in Nanaimo, but I do welcome the opportunity to connect with all of you and to further our dialogue in this larger setting, but even in more intimate ones, one-on-one, virtually, of course. It is important that we continue to meet and to talk and to work together. The emergence of COVID has really magnified the long-standing hardships already facing your communities, First Nations communities across the country, and with respect to issues that you have fought and advocated for so forcefully and with frankly good success. But it remains that those inequities persist and are even laid bare by COVID, and that's what we see today, particularly in the midst of a second wave that is hitting Indigenous communities much harder than the first. Canada is working diligently with you and our partners from the provinces to address these challenges. We're committed to supporting you and your communities and your peoples to navigate through the pandemic and also the recovery, the light at the end of the tunnel. Since the beginning of this pandemic, Canada has provided about $155 million to First Nations in BC. In addition, Indigenous Service Canada has provided over $36 million in health-based funding to BC First Nations via the First Nations Health Authority, of course, a valued long-term partner, and in turn, First Nations Health Authority has a strong relationship with BC, which is so critical to ensure an integrated and coordinated healthcare approach with better data sharing and access to key supplies. FNHA has used these additional investments to ensure that communities have the supplies they need and resources to implement the so important public health measures. The result has been better prevention measures and infection control, whether it be through the delivery of more personal protective equipment, more accommodations and support for self-isolation, more health workers, and improved virtual and e-health support, so critical given the importance of staying distanced. FNHA has also been provided with funding to support perimeter security for public health checkpoints, wage top-ups for frontline healthcare workers, and mental health services. As the pandemic evolves and has evolved, we will continue to work with First Nations leadership and organizations to identify and respond rapidly to the needs in your communities. The FNHA will continue to play this vital role for communities, bringing a strong voice to the table. We also recognize the critical role played by Chiefs and Council in this collective effort. No one better understands the unique needs of your community, and no one is better positioned to respond to those needs. That's why my officials, some are on the line today, will continue reaching out to hear firsthand what is happening in your communities and how we can continue and best support you going forward. That understanding is at the heart of Canada's Indigenous Community Support Fund, among others, and that's why the fund is designed, contrary to older programs, to offer as much flexibility as possible in order to enable funding to be directed where you feel it is most needed. The fund has been instrumental in helping efforts to promote food security, improve mental health, the hidden pandemic, to address the homelessness, and to secure emergency supplies during the COVID-19 pandemic. The Community Fund has also supported Indigenous organizations in their work, in your work, to help those living off reserve to stay safe and healthy. As of September, 61 individual Indigenous organizations in BC have received over $6.4 million in funding through the fund's off-reserve and urban stream to respond to the current COVID-19 pandemic. This initiative, and it's important to highlight that, is thanks in large part to the advocacy of people on the phone for your people off reserve. Indigenous communities and organizations, I would remind everyone, can also now apply to the second stream of the needs-based funding through the same Indigenous Community Support Fund. This Community Support Fund is obviously in addition to a broad range of individual benefits that Canada has provided, from social assistance rate increases to the Canada Emergency Response Benefit, increased old age security, and support for post-secondary students. In addition, Indigenous Services Canada is responding to immediate needs in First Nations communities with $59.5 million to implement public health and safety measures in community buildings. Funds can be used to add hand washing stations, buy hand sanitizer, personal protective equipment for staff, and cleaning supplies, installing signage and barriers to promote physical distancing and safety checks, and upgrades to existing ventilation systems. Indigenous Services Canada will always put the health and safety of Indigenous peoples first. And together, we're addressing the critical needs of Indigenous communities, including implementing enhanced cleaning protocols and hiring of and training of staff. We also recently announced that we are providing $25.9 million for immediate support to Indigenous post-secondary institutions in 2020-21. We know prior waves have allotted funds to Indigenous students, but those institutions had remained with no top-up or support funding, and that has changed. It's a development that occurred in the last few weeks. We're committed to helping youth to elders stay safe and healthy during this pandemic and through the recovery. It's worth recalling that in the recent speech from the throne, which laid out a longer-term plan to work with First Nations, Métis, and Inuit partners to develop what, again, thanks to your advocacy, distinctions-based Indigenous-led health legislation. And we can't talk about the existing challenges to the healthcare system without acknowledging the grim lived reality of systemic racism. The federal government indeed has a role in addressing this by working with partners to confront that systemic racism. It's why the speech from the throne acknowledged that much more needs to be done for permanent transformative change to be made in addressing systemic racism, and committed us to working to co-develop distinctions-based Indigenous health legislations with First Nations, Inuit, and Métis, and a distinctions-based mental health and wellness strategy. I know this will be addressed in the Telephone Addressing Racism investigation report, and I truly, although I'm sure it'll be quite painful, look forward to reviewing and receiving the recommendations of this timely study of the serious concern within our healthcare system, and I commend the province of BC for tackling this issue head-on as long overdue and crucial work. We will continue with our partners to strive to eliminate all forms of stigma, prejudice, and racism. And as we've seen all too well, the status quo is unacceptable. We must do better. It's why the throne speech as well stressed the importance of reconciliation as a pillar of the government's legislative agenda. It also prioritized closing the infrastructure gap that has prevented too many First Nations from achieving their full potential. We will continue to work with First Nations to maximize investments in infrastructure in your communities, and that includes accelerating the timelines for universal broadband funds and supporting airlines' regional routes. We know that how important this is to continue this essential work alongside the measures that are being implemented to address this very, very alarming pandemic. The speech from the throne also confirmed a pledge to introduce legislation to implement the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. And I'd like to express my appreciation to BC First Nations, the First Nations Leadership Council, and the province for paving the road in introducing the BC Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples Act last year. And we are building on your trailblazing accomplishments. I know you've had a chance earlier on in the day to speak to, I believe, Minister Lametti, if I'm not mistaken. Continually, we must also take action to implement the recommendations of the 2015 Truth and Reconciliation Commission report. This we will do through our work to implement, which falls into my ministry's obligations, the Act respecting First Nations, Inuit, and Métis children, youth, and families by accelerating the work on a national action plan to address tragedy, and by accelerating the work on a national action plan to address the tragedy of missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls in Canada. The Act was co-developed as part of Canada's efforts to reform Indigenous child and family services, which included implementing call to action number 4. And as you well know, it affirms the rights, your rights of jurisdiction over child and family services in a culturally appropriate fashion. The Act is the result of your extensive engagement and leadership among your nations, and without which there likely would be no Act. I want to thank you again all for your advocacy and continued work in advancing child and family services reform. I'm also pleased to hear that in BC, 9 Indigenous groups have let us know their intent to exercise jurisdiction over child and family services. I know that many others are engaging in the important discussions with communities and governments and sharing best practices with First Nations to offer a better path for your children and families. We are fully committed to supporting BC First Nations as they move towards that exercise of jurisdiction over child and family services. We're also committed to helping to build stronger communities and to provide better opportunities for youth. I've heard this message from some chiefs, a great number of them, such as would be Wayne Christian and others, that they want me to play a more active role in promoting the legislation and the crucial role it plays in addressing the past wrongs and in setting a foundation for a better future for Indigenous children. As I finish, I'd like to pause for a moment and acknowledge the impact of the pandemic on what I mentioned was the other second pandemic, a hidden pandemic, which is perhaps hidden is the wrong word, but the impact on mental health and addictions. What I'm talking about obviously here is the high number of opioid deaths in BC and how we're being told, chief after chief, advocate after advocate, that opioid-related deaths, suicide, ideation, and addiction issues are increasing. We know help is needed on that front as well, and I'd like to commend the FNHA for continuing to support communities in this area. This is something we must continue to improve on with our partners in the FNHA, and I'm committed to ensure better strategies, supports, and facilities are there for your communities. In closing, and given the situation we are in with this current second wave, I do want to take the opportunity to reiterate the public health guidelines for COVID-19. You probably have heard too many times, but it's important that all community members do their part by adhering to public health guidelines and following the advice of health professionals. That means hand washing with soap or water, soap and water or sanitizer, physical distancing where possible, mask wearing, and avoiding large gatherings. Your leadership has been invaluable in getting the message across and finding creative ways of supporting your members. We will get through this, and we will do it by working together. Merci. Thank you. Aitchka. I'm now more than happy to take your questions.
Unmute here. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Minister Miller. I appreciate that. I would note and acknowledge that the Regional Director General for BC ISC is Catherine Lappe is on the line, as well as one of your staff, Griffin Marsh. So those were the only two that I noted in our participants list. I see Chief Spahan has his hand up, and I'll ask those of you who wish to participate in this about 30 minutes we have for Q&A to please raise your hand using the raise hand function. Chief Spahan, if you'll unmute your mic. There you go.
Hentla and Squash Lee Spahan Cookby of Insuletku. Hello and good afternoon, Lee Spahan, Chief of the Coldwater Band. Thank you for your presentation, Minister Miller. Took some notes down on what you were saying, and food security is a huge factor in this COVID crisis. The systemic racism that's happening not only in British Columbia, but Canada-wide national. You talk about status quo being unacceptable. I'd like to request a meeting with you and your representatives in regards to the Canada Energy Regulation decision made last month in regards to Trans Mountain Expansion Pipeline here in the backyard of the Coldwater Indian Band. And I wrote down that you say that status quo is unacceptable, but yet that decision sure sounds like status quo to me. I think that's a very important topic that we need to discuss in regards to the Canadian federal government and the Coldwater Indian Band Chief and Council. So the invitation is there, Minister. Cookstem, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Mr. Minister, if it's okay with you, I'll take the next chief as well to get their comment in and then ask you to respond to that. Does that work for you, Minister Miller?
It does, absolutely.
Okay, thank you. So Chief Jerome Jack.
Gela Kessler. My name is Klako Gela. Chief Jerry Jack from Wojcik McLeod on Vancouver Island. Sorry I got in late. We got a powerful windstorm over here and we lost power at my house, so I had to come downtown. I had to leave the reservation and go downtown Gold River to get back on this meeting, and I just barely got what you were saying about off and on reserve funding for this COVID, because we as leaders in our nation are getting blasted because we have no money for off-reserve people to help during this crisis. What can I tell them, and where can they get help? And I thank you for what I did listen to and allowing me to join back in on this important discussion today. Klako.
Thank you very much, Chief Jack and Chief Spahan. I'll ask you to lower your hands, and over to you, Minister Miller.
Right, just unmuting. Chief Spahan, I'm glad to meet. I do note that you had, I believe you had met with Minister O'Regan, but I'm glad to meet as well. We can look back with our teams, and I'm glad to meet with you on this issue. Or any other that you would like to raise. I do understand and appreciate your concerns. So glad. I'm on the issue, Chief, of systemic racism, of discrimination in the healthcare system. This is something that we are working on a number of fronts, including engaging with FNHA, but across the country on looking at how federal government best can convene and work on legislation that is appropriate, that works, that is distinctions based. That involves a lot of obviously consultation and discussions, and not every region or community may have the view on it. So I, at the risk of sounding uncertain, I think that's a good thing because it is an Ottawa deciding. We recognize the issue, we recognize the problem, and indeed, the stories we hear, even sometimes on an anecdotal basis, are really pile up, and it's a lived experience for your peoples. And it is while it came to a shock for many non-Indigenous peoples, it is not a shock, but it's certainly unacceptable for Indigenous peoples, and I do acknowledge that. Chief Jack, we've had this discussion in other forums, and one of the challenges that Indigenous Services Canada faced at the outset of the pandemic was really, frankly, less underfunding and underserved of off-reserve organizations and across Canada. Really, the realization that I guess the false dichotomy of off-reserve, on-reserve, but really Indigenous peoples that were really underserved, whether in urban areas or outside their own communities. And the relationship that Indigenous Services Canada had or lack thereof with those organizations, whether it's historic underfunding or governance, obviously, that is different than governance in community, posed a number of challenges, but more of effective deployment of funds, knowing that those communities are vulnerable. And indeed, you look at some of the statistics coming out of Winnipeg with respect to hospitalizations, with respect to Indigenous peoples in intensive care, and you see that disproportionate impact on Indigenous people. So we went and got financial support from Minister of Finance, from really outside our normal funding authorities, and distributed about $90 million under the first wave across Canada, to friendship centers, but also to Indigenous organizations, sometimes tribal councils. We also ensured that there was flexibility under the Indigenous Community Support Fund to ensure that off-reserve populations could be served by their own band councils, but that was only part of the story. And so we continue to see this need, we continue to acknowledge this need, and continue to address it as we see it arise. I do acknowledge that concern and know that the solution from the federal government is one that can't be done in isolation. It has to be done in partnership with provinces. And the effective jurisdiction of the federal government is more limited, obviously, in that off-reserve context, but it doesn't mean that we can't help. And indeed, in places where we are seeing alarming surges, or communities, for example, during the first wave, like La Loche, that is not a reserve, we can be effective in our deployment and assist our partners where COVID rears its head in assisting communities and leadership to stomp out COVID. Most often through financial resources, but not limited to that. We give surge capacity, including nursing capacity, that and isolation units, all the things that are necessary to stomp out COVID as we see it. But it is one that is more intricate, is more complicated because of the overlapping authorities. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister Miller. I see Chief Bonnie Jacobson, and then I see Chief Lise Behn has a follow-up. Chief Jacobson, there you go.
Hello, I'd like to ask, and if you've given it any thought to, our band is one example, but there's hundreds of bands across actually Canada, that has had all these new members join back in. My band went from 93 members or 92 members to 220 members in a very, very short period of time. And I know other bands that have had increases of 200 members that I know about personally. So I know there's just hundreds of them out there. After figuring out how to get people's statuses, which the government made very, very difficult, to this day it's still very difficult. All these members have come back home. There's no land, there's no funding, there's no housing, and we don't even have a big enough building to welcome home everybody. We can't even have a meal. COVID times we can't, but we can't even have a meal with all of our members. And the government should be held responsible to providing houses and funding to bring these people home. It's not enough to just give them a status number and say, go join that band. It's through no fault of their own that they aren't living on reserve or band members. It's a systematic racism in the Indian Act that kept them off the land all these years. So is there any forward thinking about the hundreds of thousands of First Nations that you guys are now allowing to join back as First Nations? Or is it up to each band to fight it alone? Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Jacobson. Chief Behn, a follow-up? Just ask you to unmute. Thank you.
Just a follow-up question in regards to my first questions, Minister. I thank you for those your provided answers. I want a firm commitment from your ministry to meet with our council and myself within the next 8 weeks. Are you committed to doing that?
Okay, thank you. Minister Miller?
Yep, Chief Behn, I'm glad to do so. I don't see any challenge. I know I've said that before and seen some unpredictable stuff pop up, but I don't see any. That's a pretty reasonable time period. So if you had said 1 week, I probably would have been a bit challenged to do that. But 8 weeks, I think it's totally fine. I'm glad to do so. In response to Chief Jacobson, it's very hard to generalize across the country, and I suspect when you're mentioning the number of community members returning, you're referring not only to just the regular obtention of status and people moving back, but also the impact of S3. We certainly have an incomplete picture of how that has impacted different communities. And so it's very hard for me to generalize, or at least even to give you a portrait of how that has impacted different communities across the country. There are some initiatives in some communities where in a process of reconstitution, there are others where perhaps those people aren't felt welcome, and then some that fall in between it. So it's really difficult to generalize. There is some thinking being done, certainly in and around some of the infrastructure challenges we face in the next 10 years. This was addressed 10 years, it's really now about 9. But this is something that we will have to face head on in the coming years with respect, in particular, to what you mentioned around the housing, really the undercapitalization and underfunding of housing. I don't have a ready-made solution for you. I think that in respect of the needs in your community, I would encourage you to engage the region in seeing what solutions are available. In the immediate, and I would highlight this, although it may be even an imperfect and incomplete answer, when we did some of the allocations in terms of the Indigenous Community Support Fund, there was a base amount that was mostly a population multiplier, but also a base amount that was allotted per community, so that there could be, for smaller communities, there could be a more robust response, and it wasn't simply a function of very low numbers and therefore underfunding. But again, that is only a partial and incomplete response to your concern. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. Chief Jacobson, I'll ask you to lower your hand on the participants list, and then let us go to Chief Proxy Young and Chief Robbins, and then following the minister's response, we'll go to Chief Cynthia Joseph and Chief Michelle Edwards, and then we'll see where we are. We'll be pretty close to our time at that point. Chief Proxy Young and Chief Robbins.
Golda anga kilslai anga hadalasis. How adina yang hinudi yatadekyang. People held in high regard, good people. My English name is Adina Young. I come from Old Mosset Village Council. I have a couple of questions in regard to financial stability with social development programs, and knowing that our social assistance clients, a single client, a single male or female, a single individual will receive $189 a month. I live on Haida Gwaii. We're isolated, where groceries is expensive. We have to pay for transportation. We pay £2 for 2 pounds of beef is no less than $8 a package. Our produce, our apples and oranges, considered to be fresh to us, is transported from Alberta, and we pay $1.99 a pound. And with the services that Canada and the province have provided for $2,000 a month, and have been able to determine that that is not enough money, when are we going to see changes from Canada in regard to social development, social assistance programs on reserve to help our families and individuals who rely on those programs? I've been advocating for a long time for security in regard to prevention programs to help with drug dealers. We live in a rural and remote communities. We have limited transportation that comes in, and there's no security to help us alleviate when small communities such as ours know who the drug dealers are and how the drugs come in. That can be preventative to outbreaks in COVID cases. It could be beneficial in so many different ways. Consultations and accommodation from Canada. I was pleased to have participate with the Pilotage Act when that was under review. And one of the comments I made to the chair at the time was he was accountable to the minister. He was going to write his recommendations and his report to his minister, and he was done. He held himself accountable. He did his job. But me, on the other hand, I come back to my community and I say, I'm hoping, I think they understand what I'm saying. So I had asked the chair, can you please help me help me be accountable to my community so that I can show that I'm doing my part as an Indigenous leader. And he said with those 20 plus years of doing consultation and accommodation processes, that question had never been asked to him. So he was able, and I'm thankful that he was able to gather up more funding to do another gathering at the end to give us a report and to show his recommendations reflect some of the concerns that Indigenous communities had along our coast. So the three things: finances for people on social assistance, drug dealers, how can we increase the security and take preventative measures for drugs coming in and out of our small and rural communities, and consultation and accommodation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Over to Chief Robbins and then back to the minister. Chief Robbins, I'll ask you to unmute your mic.
Can you hear me there, Harold?
There you go.
We're good. Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you for taking the time, Minister, to join us today. I want to thank Harold for stepping up and doing such another great job. My name is Fred Robbins. I'm the chief of the Skedam people of the White Earth in the Shuswap Nation. And my question to you today, Minister, is what are the next steps with the UN Declaration? We were talking earlier, one of the chiefs commented on off reserve funding. I see nothing in the UN Declaration that states that on and off reserve there's a difference. So I don't see how or why we aren't receiving funding for our off reserve members. The issue around the housing piece with COVID hitting a lot of the bigger areas where we have students going to school, what we're finding is they want to move back home. We have a housing list that is getting longer and longer as we speak. A lot of our people that are living in those high risk situations, they want to move back home. The problem that we have is we have nowhere to self-isolate them before they come back to our community. Self-isolation, we've been trying to work with the districts, but all their homes are full. It's slowly becoming a major problem, and we really need to do something soon, Minister, and I'm hoping that you can give me some kind of response to maybe granny flats, single unit housing. I know they have IHIC out there, but IHIC's probably 4 or 5 years down the road, so I'm looking for answers now. If you can answer that question. Thank you, Minister.
Thank you. Over to you, Mr. Minister.
Yes, thank you, Harold. To Proxy Dina Young, I perhaps would ask Catherine to clarify some of the initiatives that we have taken during COVID to boost the financial assistance. I know we obviously matched the province as well as increased that by, I believe, I think we matched the $300 top up during COVID. So that was one aspect of it. I think you spoke as well to sort of the reform of the system, and I can't speak to it at this point. We know the challenges with social development and the various initiatives within ISC to foster economic development, social development, support for programs. Some of the very large budget announcements that have been made with respect to supporting students in the last few years are all very important, as well as the initiatives that we have taken with respect to helping Indigenous students. Those announcements that were made over and above those available to all students in early May, if I recall correctly, as well as some of the funds for post-secondary education. These are all elements of an answer to what you identified and underlined as a much larger challenge about social development, nation building. When you mentioned food security, clearly the Indigenous Community Support Fund has been deployed in a number of communities to ensure food security, but obviously there's more work to do, and we're glad to support as we trace the course of this pandemic, particularly as communities do shut down and travel is not recommended. I know this isn't unique to one or two communities. There are challenges with drug dealers. This is in part. I would say we've realizing through some painful experiences over the first part of this year, the need to ensure that First Nations policing is treated as an essential service was a key element in the speech from the throne. We're talking about the very basics of community security, and so I'm eager, although I'm helping Minister Bill Blair on a number of initiatives, including this one. I'm eager to see legislation as well as measures that do bridge that gap and deal better with Indigenous-led policing and entrenched through legislation over the next little while. We have supported perimeter security through various initiatives, and will continue to do so. But obviously, as everyone knows, the challenge with drugs is multifaceted and is not limited to simply intervention, but support for harm reduction models that we must continue to support. I know BC is a leader in this, but it is not an uncomplex problem, and I do thank you for highlighting that. Chief Robbins, on UNDRIP, obviously the UNDRIP being of a key but yet declaratory nature, how this impacts Canadian legislation and deals with, you mentioned, as I did, on reserve, off reserve. I think we're talking about essentially dealing with uneven treatment inequities, how provinces and the federal government sort of parse out their responsibility for Indigenous peoples. I think these are all issues that we will be facing as not only we introduce legislation and pass it, but implement the United Nations Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous People over the next few years. And one of those, that sort of false dichotomy that you identified over off and on reserve will be a challenge, and how we best serve those communities that have been traditionally underserved by both levels of government will be a challenge. I certainly have the experience of having dealt with it at least firsthand throughout the pandemic, and it isn't something that I think will be solved overnight. But I do appreciate you tying that into UNDRIP. You spoke as well about the students and housing, and there is Minister Hussein in the last few weeks and we could pass on the information as to how to apply, announce the support for short-term housing to deal with issues like this. It depends what the needs are. If there are needs to isolate, we can assist. That you get in very quickly into very particular details of a community. So I do not want to generalize, but recognizing the needs for rapid housing, a portion of which is, or at least it's all available to Indigenous communities. I think our teams can assist you in navigating that if that is of help. But I do, again, it ties into the earlier statements about the availability of housing. I think, unless I'm mistaken, I addressed the questions that were raised to the best of my ability.
Thank you very much. I knew not that you had asked for Catherine to step in, but just in the interest of time, I do want to look to the last three chiefs to make their comments. And what I'll do is Minister Miller will take the three chiefs' comments and then turn to you for a response and then a final comment, and then we'll need to move on. So Chief Cynthia Joseph first, Chief Michelle Edwards second, Chief Roseanne Casimer third.
Thank you. Cynthia Joseph, Chief Consular, Hagogat. Minister Miller, there's a big white elephant in the room, and that is the criminalization of First Nations people asserting Aboriginal rights and title in unceded traditional territories. There is also a subversion by the federal and provincial governments, specifically, I should say, in Wet'suwet'en territories. And I refer to the militarized invasion on unceded Wet'suwet'en territories. And most recently, I was a participant in what is referred to as a town hall regarding the accelerated pushing through of an adapted UNDRIP at the federal level. I think this is duplicitous. I am calling the federal government on it. And the criminalization of First Nations asserting Aboriginal rights and title is a danger right across Canada. And you, sir, and the federal government, you have a big problem on your hands when you seek to criminalize the people for having to defend itself against not only the federal and provincial governments, but also industry. And so those are my points. My question is, what is the status of UNDRIP consultation? I am not speaking of no town hall. We are not stakeholders. We in unceded traditional territories are not stakeholders. We are nation to nation. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Joseph. Chief Edwards.
Hi there, thank you. My question is around, I guess it's the band trust monies. I think we need to have a better process that's put in place. I think INAC's really had a hold on, dollars and investments that communities, need in our, for infrastructure, for housing, for education, for the things that we're trying to do to make our communities a little bit more safe and healthy. And we've had quite a few large projects ongoing right in my community. And we always have a run-in with INAC, and they have set us back on schedules where we've missed deadlines. And it's really frustrating when, we're kind of getting our shit together and then we have somebody come in and hold us back. And I don't think by, standing in our way and saying that, you've got to put monies that are coming to us from settlement agreements, which is from impacts to our communities. So we rightly deserve those, and we shouldn't have to go through a process at INAC to get those monies back into our community. I think they should just be sent back to us. I think the issue of trust has been going on for too long, and looking at us like we're stealing money, stealing from somebody else when it is rightly ours to build up our community and provide safety, health and wellness, and proper functioning infrastructure is something that we want to do. So I'm hoping that's something that you can look into and get answers back to probably all of us, because we all probably have a band trust account somewhere over there, and we don't know how to access it most of the time, or it's very difficult. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Chief. I'll go to Chief Casimer. I'll ask the three chiefs to lower their hands in the participant list. Chief Casimer, if you will unmute your mic. There you go.
Thank you. Waikawaita, Cookby, Roseanne Casimer, West, the Kamloops to Schwapmuck. I just wanted to address two things with Minister. And the first one being a positive. Thank you very much for the investment into TTS, the Kamloops, for infrastructure dollars. We are very proud of the fact that we have just completed our North Reservoir project. And for us, it's quite a positive move forward when it comes to looking at serviceable land and also fire protection and also the basic needs. So now I'm going to jump right into my not so good one, and that is basically the concern for the lack of communication directly with appropriate First Nations and nation representatives when it comes to the reporting of confirmed COVID instances. And we see it as a big brother kind of systemic racism that is inherent within the health system. And we totally believe that there's a total lack of timely notification, and it doesn't allow First Nations and or the health societies that we have agreements with to be able to respond in appropriate, timely manners for those instances. Because we know that without that contact tracing, that it's just going to be going rampant through our communities. Where we're located with the Kamloops to Schwapmuck, we're right in the hub of highways going in and out of the Kamloops, major highway transactions, and all communities come to Kamloops. And for us, we also have signed an agreement, a Schwapmuck protocol with Schwapmuck with the declaration that says that we're going to be supporting one another. And how do we support one another if we can't even confirm because of privacy actions that are taken with Interior Health and the First Nations Health Authority? Just to give you an example, we just sent this letter yesterday to the Honorable Minister Dix, the Minister of Health, and also to IHA and to FNHA as well. And, we expressed our concerns, three major ones. Since COVID started in March, Interior Health Authority has continuously canceled home and community care services in the evenings and on weekends, leaving our members without needed support. So we know that if we're facing that and our elders and those that are vulnerable, so are many others. We also had two elders who have had hip replacements and then had been released from the hospital before it was even safe to do so. So the general practices that works with QHS, those individuals or those entities need to be in contact with those that have societies of health. And also the Royal Inland Hospital here, they continue to discharge clients without informing our home and community care nurses. And this has also caused the client to develop bed sores because no one knew that she was in or out of the hospital. And so those are huge concerns for us. And when it comes to contact tracing, they say that they will be confirming and working with the local society because who knows our community better than the leadership as well as the society, but they're not actually informing. And that communication barrier and their lack of needs to be improved. And I just wanted to share that.
Thank you. Over to you, Minister Miller, and for a response and then for a final comment.
And I would note, Harold, that Catherine has answered, Alicia's confirmed that what I said was at least somewhat accurate about the income assistance, but I was working from memory, but she's confirmed it on the chat. I'll work in reverse order. Chief Casimer, obviously more than glad to support the infrastructure bills that you have. That it was nice to see that announcement with respect to the reservoir, and more than happy to support it. Is so key to your community. In respect to the COVID response, and this is really sort of an intersection with FNHA and some of the decision making that is made on delegation to FNHA and in partnership. Clearly, what we've seen that does work throughout the pandemic is what you've identified is one of the three pillars of stopping up COVID, which is testing and isolation. But key to that is the contact tracing, which has to happen in very short order. Well, if you don't, then it increases the number of contacts you have to reach and the impact on personnel, which is very, very scarce. And when I look at some of the nursing capacities, frankly, we're getting stretched. But I do acknowledge that concern. It's very. I'm glad to relay those comments for sure, but we do know what works when it comes to stopping up COVID, and the key to that is communication. There's a delicate issue that you've identified over First Nations control over First Nations health data, and when it kind of hits, whether rubber hits the road in a community, there's often a tension between the public disclosure of someone's condition and the need to protect privacy, which is very hard for me from here to form an opinion on. I just do acknowledge that tension. I do want to, in relation to Chief, I believe it was Edwards, comment on banned trust accounts. I think our officials will reach out on the issue of trust monies. It is not one in this particular case that I'm intimately familiar with, but to the point being on clearing the grass, on getting infrastructure and supports out to the community. We are actively working on that in the next financial update and budget when it comes. But again, I'll have officials reach back on the issue of trust monies. As to Chief Joseph, and thank you for your words. I acknowledge them. Some of a lot of Canadians don't remember anything before March, but the country was at grips with solidarity movement and a shutdown of the economy, the Canadian economy, in relation to solidarity for the Wet'suwet'en people. And as people well know, because they were living it every day, Minister Bennett signed a protocol to define what obviously should have been defined 20 years ago in the Delgamuukw case, but it hasn't. It is very much at its infancy and will require more community engagement, more obviously engagement with elected chiefs, and a conciliation within the community that I can't speak to, but can acknowledge its existence. There's much work to be done, and the updates that I've gotten are promising, but they've certainly been slowed by COVID as communities shut down or rightly worry about the health and safety of their people. But it's work that will continue, and I know it does formally fall under Minister Bennett's ministry, but certainly there to help to the extent I can. Harold, that concludes my formal response, but I want to take the opportunity to thank everyone for their advocacy and allowing me to speak a few words and respond to the best of my ability on this at this meeting. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister Miller. I just want to, speaking in my capacity as the chair for the BCAFN's annual General Assembly, I do want to thank you to your regional director for continuing to be so accessible to the First Nations and willing to engage in the conversations, whether it's a very specific topic or a broad, general, delicate, tough topic to talk about. So I do appreciate that, and I thank you very much. And I do need to move on to the next agenda item. So have a good day, sir. Thank you very much. Chiefs, I did want to note that in terms of our agenda, we have an hour and 40 minutes of work that we need to get done in an hour and 15 minutes. And so I will push a little bit as we go through the remainder of our agenda. We are going to return to the agenda that was noted for 12:10, which is the Declaration on the Rights of the Indigenous Peoples Act implementation. So I'll ask Cook B. Wilson Robert Phillips and Merle Alexander to begin to prepare what I hope are their abbreviated remarks. But I do want to also read into the record the message which was sent to the BCAFN First Nations and to the annual general meeting by the Premier John Horgan, and he does speak to the DRIPA implementation. And so just bear with me for 2 minutes. On behalf of the government of British Columbia and as Premier, I'm honored to extend my warmest greetings to all those participating in the BC Assembly of First Nations 17th Annual General Meeting. I also offer my best wishes to the candidates who have put their names forward to serve the BC AFN over the next 3 years. While the global pandemic has shifted the ways we connect, it has also amplified the importance of connection. It is in this spirit of cooperation and partnership that our government will work with Indigenous peoples around the province to deliver our recent mandate commitments. Working together with Indigenous peoples, our government will further self-determination through the Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples Act and evolving meaningful shared decision-making, improve Indigenous input on provincial policy and legislation through a new dedicated secretariat, partner to grow the provincial economy, and continue to work to enhance cultural revitalization and preservation. We will also expand support for urban Indigenous peoples through friendship centers, provide more homes for Indigenous peoples both on and off reserve, collaborate to protect the environment, and continue our shared fight to respond to the COVID-19 pandemic. An important priority for our government is completing the action plan required under the Declaration Act. I raise my hands up to the BCAFN staff and all members of the BCAFN who have been working hard to advance this work in cooperation with our government. The action plan will identify tangible activities to advance the objectives of the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples so that we can all make a real and lasting difference in the lives of Indigenous peoples throughout the province. By working together, we can create a legacy to last for generations to come. Once again, I wish you a productive and safe annual general meeting. The Honorable John Horgan, Premier of British Columbia, and as I understand, that letter is available for you at the events.bcafn site. And so with that, and as sort of context to our transition, let me turn to Cookie Wilson to pick up on our conversation on the Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples Act implementation.
Okay, Cooksham, thank you, Harold. And I just wanted to give a little bit of context before we did the slide. You could put the slide 1 on now, the beginning slide. I just wanted to mention, as I do with the opening of our slide deck, is that the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People exists because in the 1950s Universal Human Rights Declaration, it did not include our Indigenous rights. And also a reminder that, you know, the BC Bill 41 is part of the international and national context. And we can't forget that in the work that we're doing. And the federal proposed UN declaration legislation will affect the federal areas of jurisdiction. And if worded properly, we can improve that in the language that was, what we were in the town hall, I think a week ago now. And I know as chief, I submitted my statements on that in regards to the concerns. But I also wanted to say the, you know, most importantly, these UN declarations, they really should directly repudiate the doctrine of discovery and terra nullius. You know, in the Royal Commission, the RCAP already did that, and they did it very strongly. So, but it should be fully inserted as they wrote it with the commissioner. And if we need to include the references, I mentioned this before, of the Alta Norway outcome document. And if chiefs haven't read it, we should really be distributing that, because it's the joint recommendations to state governments from our Indigenous reps from all 7 global regions, and that must not be overlooked. So I just wanted to say those 3 comments before I go into the slide deck. So you can put the next slide on, please. So the, as we're aware, November 28th, the UN, the DRIPA was brought into effect on November 28th, 2019, and establishes the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People as the framework for reconciliation. So this provincial law means that it requires the province, in consultation and cooperation with Indigenous people, to ensure new and existing laws are consistent with the UN Declaration, and develop and implement an action plan. We've been all hearing about this action plan, and there's been a lot of feedback and input into this action plan, and we need it because we need to achieve the objectives of the UN declaration, and we need to monitor progress to public and annual reporting. And we're hearing that, you know, we need stronger measures than just the annual reporting, and we do need to make sure that, you know, that it's reported accurately when it goes in. This last March one, it wasn't a lot of time to add a lot of things, but, you know, we really need to have that fuller monitoring and a better implementation, enforcement, if you will. This legislation, Bill 41, enables new decision-making agreements between the province and Indigenous governing bodies. That's the section 6 and 7s, and that'll be covered in later part of the presentation. And I just wanted to talk a bit more on the alignment of provincial laws. That's the next slide. And that's the distinct legal obligation from the action plan. So the Joint First Nations Leadership Council and BC Working Group is in place to advance that work. Progress has been made, it's been limited to date for a wide reasons, COVID being one of them. But the Leadership Council continues to emphasize alignment of laws is positive obligations that applies to the province, meaning that these laws are modified or created, they need to be aligned with the UN Declaration and the need to transform and decolonize the legislative process. So we've seen the opening of that with the UN Bill 41, but unfortunately we've seen, you know, that slide back, more status quo with the last pieces of legislation. So we need to implement this law to be able to say, no, you know, it has to be a full implementation of free, prior, informed consent and proper consultation and proper consent basis. And when we're looking at any of the policies and legislation, and some that have to be revisited, like the environmental legislation. So First Nations and First Nation organizations have shared a number of priorities for laws that need to be amended to align with the UN Declaration. We've seen, you know, that come forward, and that's important. So the next slide. So the action plan. So the province to develop an action plan in consultation and cooperation with Indigenous peoples to achieve the objectives of the UN Declaration. So we see that is in works. The action plan is not intended to limit, but rather supplement ongoing reconciliation work that will continue, whether it's in the action plan or not. And the Leadership Council has invited expertise from First Nations organizations. Summary of this input will be shared with the First Nations, with the nations for comment. We did have quite a few of the organizations that submitted a number of really good recommendations, and some of the things that maybe need to be clarified a bit more, but you know, I really think it was important to do that step, as well as the nations submitting what they feel should be in there in the action plan. The province commenced some initial engagement, but is now on hold because of the past election, but it'll be picking up again. The original target was the end of the calendar year, but may now be for the end of the fiscal, which would impact the content of the next annual report. So just keeping that in mind. And I believe my colleague, Robert Phillips, was going to continue. We were sharing this report today. Robert, are you on the line to be able to finish the next 4 slides? And I may have a comment on the section 6 and 7 agreements. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Robert, I see you there.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, great. So I'd like to acknowledge the elders, Dr. Point and Chief Joseph, of course, for the opening prayers and comments, very necessary for nowadays. And as always, they do a great job in just grounding us, as we all say. Acknowledge the regional chief and the AFN board as well, and acknowledge all the chief and council hereditary chiefs and the elders, youth, and dignitaries and ministers that have presented prior, as well as participants. And I'm coming from Chilliwack, this meeting in the Stalo traditional territory. And just before I continue on, I wanted to say and acknowledge Grand Chief Ed John as one of the leaders that really helped in regards to the United Nations Declaration. And from the summit as well, Cheryl Casimer, who worked at the Joint Core Working Group and put in a lot of long hours. And acknowledge all my leadership council, regional chief, Cookby, who's talking just prior as well, and all the chiefs that have worked on the UN Declaration and making DRIPA, the Declaration Act, possible. And I know there's a couple organizations, just to name a few, and I think Fisheries is coming up later, the First Nations Fisheries Council, as well as the First Nations Energy and Mining Council with the free, prior, and informed consent and all the work that they've been doing now in the last little while. I wanted to emphasize that new and existing laws that are being put in place, that they have to go in line with the Declaration Act. And it's not about the Declaration alone, that we're not satisfied with the past year. We want to see more. And that's not to say that we can't fully implement the Declaration Act. That's not to say that our technical team and legal team haven't been doing the job. They've been pushing as hard as possible, as well as the Leadership Council. But I think together, if we continue to push this new NDP government, then we'll be able to make some inroads. And I know that especially the resource sectors, forestry, energy, and mining, we've had problems with the ministers in the last little while. And I think right now, if we need to make sure, for example, the forestry subcommittee, that is no more administration and bureaucracy, that we have to push forward on this. And I understand that we're going to be, with this new government, this new BC NDP government, that will make inroads, and we're hoping for that. As we have to focus on the laws, jurisdiction, policies, procedures, and monitor that as best as possible. Keeping in mind that we have treaties, agreements, and other constructive arrangements in place that are doing that, but this will aid, this will help in the work that you're doing in recognition of your Aboriginal rights and title lands. We've heard concerns from the leadership, from the chiefs. We've heard concerns from the First Nations organizations and other leaders in British Columbia that this is going slower than anticipated, and we have to make sure that changes. We expect that this will happen. We expected this to happen before the end of the year. It hasn't, so we're going to be pushing forward. And we know that the BC election did come in place, did take place, and we do know COVID did happen. But this can't be business as usual, and it can't be used as an excuse. So we now have a majority NDP government, and we want to make sure that the new ministers that are in place, that Mir or the Attorney General, that they will be champions as the previous counterparts have done in the last government. Now is the time for co-development. Now is the time for strong leadership, and we have that expertise. So with UNDRIP, especially what's happened, we've heard from the previous ministers about the UN declaration federally. Bill C-262 is a minimum. This Declaration Act that we're reviewing right now is a minimum. We want to make sure that what we've done in British Columbia, that nothing that happens in Ottawa impedes the work that we've done here. So we need to be loud and clear on that as well. And the feds have to make that step, that leap of faith. And Minister Lametti, Minister Bennett, Minister Miller too, they have to be the champions to make this happen. And that Prime Minister promised this, and he has to fulfill this promise of reconciliation and work that we've been doing for sure in this term that's with his minority government. So getting back to DRIPA, BC now has to step up too. And the Premier has been a champion, Minister Fraser has been a champion, and I know that the bureaucracy has to follow steps as well. So I know that we're looking for input. I think this input will be very important. First Nations Leadership Council has issued a call for submissions from First Nations to inform the action plan, and it's a draft. It's a set of objectives, outcomes, and actions that have been developed for review for the chiefs. This is informed by resolutions of the chiefs, submissions from the First Nations organizations, the commitment document, the concrete actions, and the NDP platform, and feedback from the chiefs will be very important for the work that we have to do. As mentioned, the objectives for the work and the articles of the UN Declaration are all high themed, talking about racism, discrimination, recognition, promotion, implementation, and protection of our rights and freedoms, self-determination and sovereignty, land and territory, economy and fiscal relations, culture and language, children and families' well-being. So I think we can go to the next slide. The annual report, as you remember, the last annual report, they basically talked about everything but the UN declaration. We didn't like that. We kind of let it go at the end. As you know, they were talking about housing, they were talking about gaming, but this is about the UN declaration. This is about making DRIPA happen. So we want to see that these laws that are in place, these policies that are in place, be about the first report to the legislature, but we want to see a much improved second report as well. So future annual reports and progress against the action plan, as well as alignment of provincial laws. I think we might have one or two more slides before we finish up. I'll hand over to Kukbi, as well any comments that we have from our legal team. So with that, I know that all of this work that we've been doing, I'm looking forward to the work. And I know that we also have Lydia Whitsom, a lawyer who also has some UN declaration expertise that she's on board, and she will be a great help as well as the rest of our First Nation Leadership Council colleagues, Chief Don Tom, and of course our Grand Chief Stuart Phillip, and happy birthday. So I think that's about it, Kukbi, unless you want to finish up here.
So is it Kukbi Wilson or is it Merlo Alexander?
I think there were some questions. I was just checking in the chat room, and one thing I didn't mention in the beginning of the presentation was clearly our Indigenous laws are the first and foremost foundation of our nations. The UN Declaration is minimum human rights standards, and those being minimum human rights standards within the provincial law that are repudiate the doctrine of discovery and the terra nullius. That's what we need to fully implement the UN Declaration, and also respect our self-determination, which is Article 3, and our free, prior, informed consent. So with the actions against the Wet'suwet'en earlier this year and last year, we've seen it sweep across Canada, was certainly contrary to the UN Declaration. And the question in the chat was from Chief Cynthia Joseph, asking, why we would engage if, the province respect Wet'suwet'en laws and not acting that, and nation to nation, is where their discussions with Canada are, and the nation to nation sovereignty issues are internal between those nations. And many nations like our, we did our community anyway, we supported the Wet'suwet'en in holding up their protection of their lands. And we also see now the UN Declaration in different pieces of legislation federally, the Children and Family C-92, and then the language legislation C-91. But really, we have to look at, in how our human rights are the framework, but also in regard to our Indigenous laws, jurisdiction, and legal orders. That's what the nation building is going to be about over the years. And some nations might be more intact than others in leading what their laws look like on the ground and how they enforce the Indigenous laws, not just proclaim them. So I think that's partly, of our nation building and standing up our jurisdiction and our laws and our sovereign, sovereignty as a nation. So I think that's the big question that comes from, and I appreciate the question. I don't know if there are any other questions in the chat room. I just checked quickly, Harold, and I didn't know if there was any more that we could be answering at this time.
All I would note is we are 15 minutes into a 20-minute section. So if you are done, I do want to clarify whether we're going to go to Merle or go to the resolution.
If there's no other further questions, the resolution could be looked at then.
Thank you, Kukbi. I appreciate that, and my apologies to the legal counsel. Maureen, if we could then perhaps move to resolution number 7, implementation of the Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People. So it is moved by Cookby Judy Wilson. We will need a seconder to it. Essentially, it sets out the conversation in the context of our sovereignty and the history of the development of the UN Declaration, and then of course the joint work being done to ensure that the province of British Columbia responds appropriately to those rights identified. And then says, therefore be it resolved that the BC AFN Chiefs in Assembly direct the regional chief to remind the province of BC that the Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples Act places a positive obligation on the Attorney General and the Government of British Columbia to ensure that all laws, policies, and practices in British Columbia be brought in alignment with the UN Declaration in consultation and cooperation with Indigenous peoples. 2, the BC AFN Chiefs in Assembly direct the regional chief to oppose the province of BC's introduction of any legislation that has not been reviewed for alignment with the UN Declaration in consultation and cooperation with Indigenous peoples as consistent with the Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples Act. 3, the BC AFN Chiefs in Assembly direct the regional chief to work with the Union of BC Indian Chiefs and the First Nations Summit as the First Nations Leadership Council and with the province of BC to immediately identify and implement reforms to the legislative process to ensure that all new and amended legislation is aligned with the UN Declaration and, wherever possible, enable implementation of shared decision-making agreements described in Section 7 of the Declaration Act. And 4, the BC AFN Chiefs in Assembly direct the regional chief to work with the UBCIC and FNS First Nations Summit as the First Nations Leadership Council and with the province of BC to urgently develop a draft Declaration Act action plan for review by BC First Nations that reflects the mandates provided by BC AFN through resolutions, through input provided at the BC AFN 17th Annual General Meeting, the summary of advice from the First Nations organizations for implementation of the Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples Act, and any additional submissions from BC First Nations. I will need a seconder for this resolution.
Harold, I think Chief Lee Behn from Coldwater indicated in the chat room he was going to second it, but you have to check the chat.
You're on mute as well, Harold.
Yes, I would like to second that resolution, please.
You're still muted, Harold. Harold, you're muted, Harold.
Harold's muted.
Harold, you're muted.
Yes, the host muted me, I hope. All right, so just on that then, it looks like Maureen is way ahead of me on that and has Chief Lee Behn, it's Coldwater, as the seconder. Is there a need for discussion on this resolution? I do see Chief Hobart's hand, so I know you had put your hand up earlier, so I didn't know if you wanted to comment, Chief Hobart. If we could thank you for putting your hand down. Chief Behn, I'll also ask you to lower your hand in the participants list. Seeing no need for discussion and making a call one more time, may we then move, I see Chief Fred Robbins has put his hand up. Chief
Yeah,
Robbins.
Thanks, Harold. Just around this, what we need, I think, what we need to be clear about, and this is what I was talking about with the minister, was around the on and off reserve piece when it comes to the box of rights that are included in the declaration. What I found is the off reserve members don't have the same authority as, or they aren't really included in the funding components when it comes to being First Nations, especially during emergencies like the COVID and Freshit. They don't have the same box of rights as those on reserve do. So I just want to clarify and make sure that that is not forgotten in this UN declaration.
Thank you very much, Chief Robbins. Chief Leah George Wilson.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Judy, Cookby, and Robert for your presentation. Just wondering if there were any legal points that we needed to understand before we pass the resolution that the lawyers could have made.
All right, so Chief, let's go to Chief Cookby Christian, and then I'll check with the lawyers to see if there's any key point that they need to emphasize as a part of the discussion. Cookby Christian.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Cookby Leah, for raising that. I was going to ask, in relation to the proper title and rights holders, how does this impact that kind of work? Because it's really, the title and rights don't belong to any organization, et cetera, et cetera. So how does this, when we're developing an action plan, how does the proper title and rights holders become part of this process? And again, that's illegal. I think that's really an important aspect of that. And I really appreciate Leah for you raising that, Cookstrom.
Thank you very much for that. I'll ask you both to lower your hands, and I'll look to Merle Alexander to weigh in whether there's any key point and on the issue of proper title and rights holders.
Well, thank you very much, Chief. Thank you very much, Chair. Not easy questions. I mean, I think like one of the most important elements of the Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous Peoples Act is that it does not empower, it empowers right holders and title holders through their own Indigenous governing bodies. I think that instantly begs the question of what is an Indigenous governing body? And there is a very specific subjoint core working group that has been created that is chaired by Leah Whitsom, and it's an engagement between the province and the First Nations Leadership Council to scope out the core frame, the core framework of what will, how to empower rights and title holders to take over that role of being Indigenous governing bodies. It's only that subjoint core working group has only met at this point and is just fleshing out its terms of reference. But I think it's fair to say in the future that is going to be one of the key issues. And surely in the drafting of the Declaration Act, that was one of the core intents, was to empower rights and title holders, not and only through delegation could organizations, so to speak, on the behalf of those rights holders.
A phone call from defense. What do you know?
I don't have any particular add-ons for the resolution. There is sort of a connection between parts of the presentation and the resolution. I think one of the most important components of the resolution is that giving the regional chief the ability to oppose legislation that is not in alignment with laws, which was a part and highlighted by the presentation, that the alignment of laws is a separate element than the action plan. So other than that, I don't think I have anything else additional to add. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Merle. Appreciate that. I would also note that I did add a note in the chat to everyone to remind us that this is a mirror resolution from our sister organizations. So need for further discussion. If not, we will then look to the question. Cheryl Casimer, please. As a participatory observer. Cheryl, and then we'll go back to Cookby Wilson and then look to call the question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm very happy to be here today, and I just wanted to make a couple of comments on the resolution. However, given it's my first time speaking, I need to acknowledge the opening by the respected elders, Dr. Point and Dr. Joseph. I think that it's also critical, if we could move the resolution down to the body, the therefores, please. Okay, thank you. I think that Cookby Christian raises an important point in terms of the development of the action plan. And I think that the action plan needs to include extensive engagement with the rights and title holders in the province to feed into that. I mean, this previous to us having to work in a virtual world, we were reporting out as a leadership council to chief and assemblies, asking for feedback and input into the development of an action plan in terms of what the priorities were for First Nations people. So I still see that as an important step to make sure that priorities and interests are reflected in the development of that action plan. The second point that I think is important to raise, and I don't really see it in here, is that the province doesn't have to wait to hear from the Leadership Council. And we've heard this frustration expressed by leadership in terms of, them approaching, you approaching the province to say, this is what we think should go into the action plan, and then being told, oh, no, we're having this conversation with the Leadership Council. I think that that's unacceptable, that the leadership, have every right to approach government to identify their priorities. And the one other thing that I don't see here, and it may be something separate, but we've also heard frustration with Section 7 of the legislation that allows for an Indigenous governing body and the province to enter into shared decision-making agreements or arrangements. And we've been told by nations who have approached the province again, determining their readiness to do that, being told that, oh no, the action plan has to be developed first before we can even think about those types of agreements. And I don't agree with that. I think that because the legislation exists, Section 7 exists. And so you can breathe life into Section 7 at any point in time, in my view. So I think we need to make sure that that message is shared with the province as well, that they can't be using those, those excuses for stalling any progress on the implementation of the declaration, particularly when a First Nation comes forward and says that they want to be fully involved and engaged. Thank you.
Thank you. Cheryl, just note, you raised 3 points, but no specific language was suggested. So is it, in a way, are we just looking at this as strong implementation advice, or do you have specific language you'd like to suggest for the resolution?
I don't, don't move. It's on number 3, I believe, where it talks about where the direction is coming, that they immediately identify and implement reforms to the process to amend. No, that's not the one.
The action plan is in number 4.
Number 4, the action plan. I think we need to add something in there, and I understand that it's a mirrored resolution, but something to the effect that when a nation approaches them, that they should be, that they should receive that information from the First Nation, that it doesn't necessarily need to come from the Leadership Council is what I'm trying to say.
Okay. All right, well, in this late hour, no magic words are appearing to me, so I'll look to see if Maureen has a suggestion there.
Harold, I'm getting clarification from our technical staff that it's in there already in section 4. Can our technical staff use the chat box to clarify it, please?
Okay.
And maybe that, Harold, can I speak on a couple of the points?
Yeah, and essentially in this context, since you're the mover and you feel that those comments are already reflected, I think that does sort of note that. So let's go to you for a final comment then, and then we'll look to call the question.
Clear, it's in there. The province has an obligation to directly engage all First Nations, and that includes the proper title and right holders. And as Merle explained, the nations define their governing bodies. The intent is to empower our proper title and right holders very clearly. And we did do some of the outreach, and of course it was stalled because of the different things, COVID, but more input is sought. So, the nations could still, and individuals could still submit their information, or their changes, their suggestions for the action plan for more input. And I agree with Cheryl about the comments on section 7. The province should not be saying that, they have to finish the action plan first. It is law. It just needs to be implemented now. So that's where we're at, including the alignment of laws and, the policies and regulations that come with that. So there will be significant changes coming up with that. Was the change found, or the emphasis for what was recommended for changing in there? I think the technicians were going to find where it is. So I don't know what.
Yeah, and Cookby Wilson, as the mover, you would essentially, we would look to you to approve any adjustments. Sounds like you're saying that it's in there and you're comfortable with that, and that you're prepared to move with this resolution as is, noting the important contributions made in the dialogue.
Yeah, it was.
And if that's fair, may I call the question?
Yeah, our staff is clarifying to me what recommendations and what Cookby Christians saying are within the body of this resolution, and I'm okay with that. And I think also I still recommend to Okay, Cheryl's saying something here. I got to check it now. Okay, it says the action plan is to be developed in draft. It reflects that through the summary of advice from First Nations organizations, the implementation of the Declaration Act, and additionally submissions from the BC First Nations. Cheryl, are you on there?
Yes, I am.
Okay, can you speak a little bit more to that?
I'm thinking that where it says to urgently develop a declaration action plan for review, I think it's more than review. I think it needs to be something to the effect that an action plan that reflects the input and direction by the BC First Nations.
Okay. Yeah, that would be clear. I'm fine.
Yeah.
All right, so then as amended, you're okay with that, Judy?
Yes, I'm fine with that.
Okay, and Chief Span, you're fine with that?
Yes, I'm fine with that.
Great, let us then go to Chief Casimer, and if we can, we'll make this the last comment because I do need to move on. Chief Casimer.
Thank you, Cook Viewers and Casimer, Takla Mr. Schwemmick. So my question is there wording that can go in there that can kind of reflect that that states that it does not veto any existing government-to-government relationships, you know, by way of LOUs, MOUs that are already created for advancing some positive work on behalf of any First Nations who have signatures already with those levels?
I believe that's in there too, Chief Roseanne. Maureen, can you find that section? I know when we were drafting the resolution that came up, and I know we had it in there somewhere, or as long as it didn't impact any nations that were already dialoguing with the province, or I think that had agreements. And you might have to read it out, Harold. The screen is very small for me.
Maureen, find that section. Yeah, but there was a reference in the whereases. If not, then you did make that specific point in your presentation, I thought, as well.
If Merle's on the line, he might be able to point it out quicker. I know.
Yeah.
Good on this issue.
Yeah, I believe where you referenced it was in your presentation, Cookby Wilson.
Yeah, I thought it got it in the resolution because I know that was part of a sticking point, and you know, that it wouldn't impact any existing agreements or, you know, the nations that were, it was just like one line, I remember, in the resolution. So I'm thinking of the AFN one. Nobody can find it?
I'm not getting any indication.
I don't see it in this draft of this resolution, but I believe it was in a previous resolution related to this work. I'm trying to find that older resolution to pull that language to bring it into this resolution. So just give me a few minutes.
Okay, so I guess we're talking a bit more, Harold.
Well, just by way of process, what I'd like to do is just we'll set this aside briefly until that a correction gets made, and then we'll come back to it. Because we do have 70 minutes more of work to do in 45, 50 minutes of time.
Because it may have been in the December AFN resolution. Maybe I'm thinking of that one, but I know it was. Okay.
All right, Maureen, can I leave that with you just to go find that, and then we'll, when you're ready, bring it back to us. And while we're doing that, we'll turn to the Fisheries and Aquaculture presentation. So with that, let's do that. So we'll set that aside just briefly. We'll turn to Regional Chief Teegee and Jordan Point from the First Nations Fisheries Council to speak to the Fisheries and Aquaculture situation.
Masai, thank you, Harold, in navigating through this difficult discussion, not difficult, I should say, but more complicated discussion. And to acknowledge that we do have 163 participants on this massive Zoom call, and you're doing a good job, Harold, and I want to thank you for that. And so just getting into the fisheries issues, and I am the co-chair for the National Fisheries Committee, along with Regional Chief Roger Augustine. We've certainly seen and witnessed a very difficult year for the Fraser salmon. The mighty Fraser has, we've never seen it this way in terms of returns, coupled with the issue of the big bar slide. Approximately over 1 million, 0.1, I believe, were expected to come back to the Fraser, and we've seen approximately about a quarter of that, 200 to 250,000, and that's really historic lows. And I certainly heard from many of the chiefs of concern of how DFO is mismanaging our resources. And we need to get on developing a new fisheries strategy. This is one thing that we need to continue to bring up at these types of meetings, and perhaps even with our fisheries organizations, to start developing our own updated fisheries strategy. And really get that up going by next year. I understand we do have a mirrored resolution on the floor after this presentation, and seeking a mandate from the chiefs to develop a new fisheries strategy. We also have new realities in the markets of fisheries resources, and we have growing concerns regarding the impacts of many issues that's stressing our salmon, such as climate change, perhaps sea lice and viruses in terms of farmed fish, obstructions such as the big bar slide, and also habitat loss is a really big issue in terms of the sustainable populations of sockeye and many other fish species. So I've been really advocating internationally, nationally, and regional levels for improved roles for our First Nations people here in British Columbia, as well as Canada. Internationally, in August, the AFN released a discussion paper in regards to the Canadian delegation to the Secretariat of the Convention of Biological Diversity for suggested wording on the international agreement to protect biodiversity. And in terms of biodiversity, what we know is that the more diverse our environments are, the more it is a positive movement for battling climate change. And that's really important to have involvement in terms of involvement at the Convention of Biodiversity. Canada has committed to 25% of marine space to be protected by 2025, and will follow the biological diversity, the convention, to protect 30% by 2030. Our paper and the follow-up meetings with the Canadian delegation emphasize the need, and we really emphasize this, especially in regards to Canada commitment to implementing the Declaration of Rights of Indigenous Peoples, to have that framework within the Canadian or the Convention of Biodiversity commitments, to recognize and honor Indigenous governance in order to access and implement Indigenous knowledge within the commitments, and also safeguarding the security and sovereignty of Indigenous food systems. We all depend on many wild species of salmon, as well as terrestrial wild animals. The international framework will be delivered by next year, 2021. I believe the date is in May or June in China. There's a convened meeting for the CBD. The post-2020 global biodiversity framework will undoubtedly shape the next decade of domestic and international environmental policies and potential impact to inherent treaty rights of First Nations in Canada and our inherent rights. We urge Canada to adopt progressive views in our paper and center on the rights of Indigenous peoples, as well as the governance and knowledge systems in the Convention of Biodiversity. These recommendations are evidence-based and well aligned with Canada's commitment to protecting the environment, reconciling with First Nations, and implementing the Declaration to the Rights of Indigenous Peoples as an act. We will continue to monitor these international discussions and bring forward First Nations concerns, especially on fisheries and fisheries management issues. National fisheries matters. I've been meeting with Minister Jayde throughout the past year on fisheries. She was scheduled for this meeting, but had conflicting meetings, so she couldn't be here today. During this pandemic, I've been advocating for more resources for our First Nations fishers as part of the COVID recovery supports. And also in April, the co-chairs, myself and Roger, met with the DFO Minister Jayde to discuss the national issues of fisheries. I discussed the problems of the big bar slide and the continuing issues in the Fraser River sockeye and declining returns of Pacific salmon in all rivers in British Columbia. We also spoke about the need to have a response to First Nations fisheries that are impacted due to COVID-19 and the downturn of the export markets, especially if our First Nations are involved in export markets. At the national level, we have witnessed systemic racism on the East Coast, and we certainly know the same situation exists here in the province of BC. Many chiefs, and with your leadership in BC, have definitely support Chief Mike Sack and Stepaneptik in First Nations in their right to moderate livelihood, as stated in the Marshall decision. Last month, as part of the FNFC, we sent a letter to Minister Carolyn Bennett and Minister Jayde in support of Stepaneptik First Nation and their inherent and treaty protected right to fish lobster under their own fisheries management plan. And this is certainly supported by many other court declarations, such as the Marshall decision, and as in related to their treaties of 1752 and 1760, 61. We will continue to press Department of Fisheries and Oceans for priority access for First Nations. And I've certainly heard from many chiefs that there are ongoing issues with how DFO make decisions, and really brings it back to our overall discussions about the rightful holders of how decisions are made as it relates to the United Nations Declaration, and looking at to free, prior, informed consent, and also shared decision. Due to the pandemic, we were not able to have our AFN National Fisheries meeting. We were supposed to have one this year, and once again, it has been delayed. I would like to see our region certainly host a meeting in the near future so we can get on developing the need for a national fisheries strategy. More on the regional side of things, I certainly have been supporting chiefs to bring forward the issues about open pen fish farms and looking to transition and really support transitioning to inland closed pen fish farming, and to get the fish farms out of the water. I'd like to acknowledge Bob Chamberlain for his ongoing support on this issue, and the chiefs and the coast and in the Fraser River that continue to highlight that Fraser salmon are impacted by these fish farms, and many species of salmon are impacted by the issues of farm salmon. Certainly the Cohen Commission recommendations were clear. These facilities need to get out of waters, and they were supposed to be scheduled, at least a plan to get out by the end of September of this year. We need more investments from industry and partners to ensure First Nations are the owners of these new aquaculture facilities. We need to protect our wild salmon and improve our food security options, and that definitely is highlighted by this pandemic. Chiefs, we need a new fisheries, First Nations fisheries strategy, and I can't stress that enough. We need to ensure a coherent approach in providing advice to government, ensuring consistent collaboration between our political leaders and our chiefs, and also our technical processes. In BC, most Pacific salmon stocks have declined in Fraser sockeye. Like I said, with an adopted run size of 283,000 as of August of this year, August 24, is the lowest return on record and well short of the 1.37 million in 2009. That was definitely a low return year as well. I certainly support all the discussions we've had on fisheries issues, and want to thank all the chiefs, Chief Dalton Silver, and also Chief Michelle Edwards as part of the National Fisheries Committee, and Cliff Atleo and Jordan Point for their assistance, technical assistance at the National Fisheries Committee. So with that, I pass it on to Jordan Point for additional comments. Thank you, Masicho.
Thank you, Regional Chief. Jordan? Just ask you to unmute your mic, Jordan.
Afternoon, HUL. Just to check in, Mr. Chair, do I have time constraints? I know we're kind of going a little bit long. Do you want me to hurry up?
Yes, I always want to do. That's my default position.
Yes, okay. I just wanted to check in. So I will try to follow the and support the regional chief in the kind of scope of the report from the international scale down to the regional scale and also to the national scale. So I just want to start off by indicating that the First Nations Fisheries Council held our first virtual annual fall assembly exactly 2 weeks ago. And we hope you were able to tune in, as we've heard lots of positive feedback for the production format for the assembly. I know that we really do have Zoom fatigue. Everybody is experiencing that. So we changed the format to a production format, and we were able to present a very full agenda with 3 days of presentations across some of our business lines. But of course, time limits precluded reports on all of our activities. So just mirroring that thought process, the report today will just barely scratch the surface of all of the things that we're doing. So bear with us. We're happy to have you contact us bilaterally if you want and you need more information. So at the international scale, the FNFC is working collaboratively with the High Seas Scientific Expedition exploring salmon life cycles in the deep Pacific and the climate change impacts to those life cycles. We're also working to reposition the 26 members of the First Nations caucus at the Pacific Salmon Commission level, another international initiative that is between Canada and the United States. The caucus is an advisory process that's bolted onto the Canadian caucus. We are working as last ratification of the treaty. Both Canada and the US recognized that they needed to work on succession planning, as many of the people that were working on the Salmon Commission were going to be retiring in the next few years and won't be around for the next ratification of the Pacific Salmon Treaty. We thought it was an opportune time for us to step in and start to work to reposition the First Nations caucus. There's 26 members in the caucus. There are people at the commission level, people at the panel levels, and people at the technical committees. And we think it's time that we start to reposition those participants, not to be there just on the heels of the Canadian caucus, but actually to advance the interests of First Nations as a priority. Their appointment process and approvals is by the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans, and we want to make sure that we're connecting the Pacific Salmon Commission and the First Nations caucus to this governing body that we have with the Leadership Council, the AFN, the Summit, and the Union in the province of British Columbia. So that succession planning work is underway, and we are working with those caucus members to do kind of like a desktop review of all the activities and processes that need to be adjusted. I moved from the international level to the national level just to kind of build on some of the earlier conversation I heard while I was standing by about COVID. And in the spring and summer of this year, we worked with the National Office of both Fisheries and Oceans and Indigenous Services on informing the COVID response programs, both for CERB and the fish harvesters' benefit. Originally, the design that was rolled out was pretty useless to Indigenous harvesters because of the criteria that really placed a lot of our Indigenous fishers at a disadvantage, for like being able to demonstrate, $5,000 taxing income demonstrated through CRA, etc. So we began to reposition that criteria, and ultimately this began to flow out to our Indigenous fishers in September. And I want to mention a special thanks to organizations such as the Native Fishing Association, Native Brotherhood, Andy Olson in particular, for supporting and assisting this application process to many of our fishers around the coast. Also at the national fisheries level, in 2017, there was work in reviewing the Indigenous programs, like the Aboriginal Fishery Strategy, the Aram Initiative, and the PICFI program. And during that work, it led to 2 reports. That phase 1 report has been implemented to kind of move on adjustments to the Aram program and PICFI programs. The final program was a bit complex because it included the Fishery Guardian program. The Guardian program, of course, as many of you know, is near and dear to all of our hearts. I was a Guardian myself some close to 30 years ago. And so I really want to see this, this program be redefined and repositioned. Now, I want to be clear that Guardian means different things to different people. It's named other things such as the Watchman program, the Aboriginal Fishery Officer program, etc. So we're talking about reviewing and refreshing the program that is about providing Fisheries Act Guardian program designation under the Fisheries Act. So we will be initiating some conversation on that. This has led to the striking of a collaborative program management committee at a national level to look at how this program is set up and what needs to be redesigned to that. So if people have questions about that or information, I know that I'll probably get a flood of emails based on this announcement today, but we're initiating this work. We've had 2 initial discussions with the national office on reviewing this program. Also, in 2020, there's specific initiatives at the national level that are more operational in scope. I know the regional chief was talking about a lot of the high level things at a national scale. But we reported earlier this year to the summit and to the Union of BC Indian Chiefs and also to the Leadership Council itself, the status of Pacific salmon. And we reported on the long-term decline of Pacific salmon that really has been decades in the making. And we call it the death of 1,000 cuts. We provided a report of Dr. David Levy to the Leadership Council and to the other PTO sessions. In it, Dr. Levy was actually the lead scientist on the Cohen inquiry and really indicates that many of the issues that affect Pacific salmon and the decline of Pacific salmon are multi-tiered, and there's no one response that can fix it and resolve it. We have to work cohesively and coherently as nations to address the many different issues. The regional chief talked about mismanagement. We've been managing fish on a basis of abundance for too many years. There hasn't been enough fish to just continually harvest, and there's been no real adjustments to the management regime. So we really need to be working collectively to bring about change. Our voice is stronger to get government to move when we're working together. This will be the essence and the tone of the resolution at the back end of this presentation. We also are looking at strategic elements underway by DFO that include, based on the Standing Committee of Fisheries and Oceans, a review of Pacific commercial fisheries, the need maybe to re-rationalize the fleet. Are there too many vessels chasing too many fish? Do we need to rethink how licenses are distributed, how licenses are allocated? So that's one of the initiatives that has begun to roll out in 2020. Also, many of you are familiar with the aquaculture conversation. In 2020, there will be the development of a transition plan towards removing open net pens to land-based closed containment systems. This was a resolution of the Fisheries Council in 2017 in support of Finn Donnelly's private members bill that was introduced a number of years ago. We've been supporting that direction for a number of years in the transition to closed containment systems that are land-based and out of the marine environment. Also, the transition plan will also be needing to be guided and directed by an actual aquaculture act. There is not really a comprehensive act that is in place, and the Pacific aquaculture regulations are very, very minimal at best. So there is some work ongoing in 2020, which includes the coordination of a strategic oversight committee and a technical working group to provide advice on both the transition plan and the development of the act. And I'm just going to try and hurry up and move on in the interest of time, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, we are at about 20 minutes on this section, and I would like to move on soon.
Do you want me to finish, or do you want me to stop?
Yeah, if you could, yeah, take another couple minutes to finish up.
Okay, I'll hurry. So we also, in terms of supporting the DRIPA discussion that was on just earlier, we, under our memorandum of understanding with the province, have struck a task group to inform the environmental aspects of the DRIPA action plan. This is helping to align the ministries under the province, such as MER, FLNRO, Ministry of Environment, Ministry of Agriculture, on water for fish and the Water Sustainability Act resolutions. Some of the concepts that we're talking about are regional water caucus structures that would coordinate our voice to more of a regional recommending process. And finally, lastly, essentially the key message for the resolution that is to be discussed. I'm borrowing the words from Brenda Gardner, who indicated in one of her presentations that winning court decisions to advance your rights is pretty straightforward. Collaboration amongst yourselves to implement them is the real challenge. So the resolution really is speaking to coordinating our work and committing to work together to advance our voice in a coherent and strategic manner. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Jordan. I appreciate that. And thank you very much, Regional Chief. We are just coming up on 3 o'clock, so we really have about 20 minutes if we want to have a bit of a break between this and the candidates forum, which is scheduled for 3:30. And so what I would propose then is let us, I think we'll defer the resolutions till tomorrow. We will have 3 more presenters. We've got Tyrone, McNeil, and then Hugh Breaker and Walter Schneider from the New Relationship Trust. And so I think we'll move to that, get those presentations in and get the information on the table. I will note there has been a good conversation going on in the chat on some of the key fisheries issues and advocacy places that need to be done on this. And so I do want to thank Jordan and the Regional Chief for providing that sort of insight again and a reminder to us of the work that you do. So with that, thank you very much, Jordan. Thank you very much, Regional Chief. I do need to move us along though, and so I will then, I see Chief Behn has his hand up, so let's take that comment. But following that, I'm going to move to Tyrone McNeil for his presentation and an abbreviated presentation on the education issues. Chief Behn.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation, Regional Chief and Jordan. I'd like to ask on the report on the First Nations Fishery Council, the comments and perspectives on the Strategic Salmon Health Initiative. that informs DFO less than a minimal risk science to Fraser Sockeye and the Pacific Salmon Foundation completely opposing the perspective. Your thoughts on that?
Brief response, Jordan?
Sorry, could you repeat it? I'm not sure that I fully understood your question, Chief.
Wanted you to report on the FNFC comments and perspectives on the Strategic Salmon Health Initiative that informs DFO's less than minimal risk science to Fraser Sockeye and the Pacific Salmon Foundation completely opposing the perspective.
I don't know how to respond to what the Pacific Salmon Foundation's perspective is. We try to work collaboratively with a number of parties on the restoration projects that are underway. We coordinate the voice of the nations through our Salmon Coordinating Committee. So the Coordinating Committee will provide recommendations up to the Council, and we don't take like a specific position on what other organizations are providing responses to.
Thank you, Jordan. Thank you very much. Appreciate that, and we do need to move on. So let us then turn our attention to Tyrone McNeil for a presentation on the First Nations Education Steering Committee. He serves as their president, as we all know. So I'll ask to move the spotlight from Jordan's camera over to Tyrone.
Thanks, Harold. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can.
Great. So thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Regional Chief. As most of you know, along with being president of FNFC, I'm the Regional Chief Committee on Education representative for BC. And in that regard, we provided the briefing note, given I'm president of FNFC and the National Indian Education Council rep is Debbie Jeffrey, my executive director at FNFC. We provided the briefing note more related to AFN and national activities and local activities within the province and the Ministry of Education. And I'm just going to touch on the briefing note briefly and then jump to a couple of resolutions, Harold. You can see the briefing note there. It's for your information. You can read it. If you have any questions, you know how to get hold of us. I just wanted to signal to you that the funding that the federal government provided for our schools with response to COVID, they did a pretty good job in that, Harold. They made money available to us. The FNFC engaged the FNSA, which we have a fabulous working relationship with now, on what best to roll it out, the methodology and whatnot. We did that in really quick order, and the schools benefited sooner than later. When the federal government cast money out to the Ministry of Education for kids that with our head count, it was the exact opposite. We weren't included at all. It's unclear if our kids are benefiting from that. So we're really pressuring the feds that any new rollouts going to the public education system, our head count needs to come to us so we can best support our kids. So the rest is there. You've got a resolution in your kit with a really concerning matter around personal education numbers being assigned to kids at birth. And you've heard this a little bit before, and the ministry isn't backing down. So we're looking for a chief support in this resolution. Like, it's not clear how the penning of our kids, penning is the acronym for it, of our kids will lead to further streaming. It's not clear how the penning affects kids attending our schools. The data collected through this pen is not clear on how it'll relate or connect to other data, say MCFD or other agencies may be collecting. Then it's really clear that the province didn't consult us adequately. And they really blindsided us on it, because the ministry did a presentation to my board and told us they're thinking about it. Decision hasn't been made, but they're thinking about it. And then not even 2 weeks later, we get notified that the School Act's been amended, giving the minister authority to pen all kids in British Columbia at birth. So in the resolution, we're asking for your support to call on the minister and ministry not to exercise that authority at a minimum until there's further engagement and consultation with us, but based on the issues I already raised. And in that regard, any movement forward regarding pens, or even the whole nature initiative of personal education numbers, needs to be fully in line with, one, the Declaration of Rights of Indigenous Peoples, or two, the Declaration of Rights of Indigenous Peoples Act. So they're there. So you'll see the resolution. I understand you're getting to it tomorrow, Harold. That is fine. I think, again, it's pretty straightforward, but if any of the chiefs have a comment or a question on it, get a hold of us. We'll gladly respond to that. But the second one I'm going to speak to quickly, Harold, this came up just in the last day or so, and it's more at the national level, and it'll be coming up at the AFN Special Chiefs Assembly in a couple of weeks regarding post-secondary. And I'm moving a resolution called First Nations-led local regional treaty-based post-secondary education models. And in it, the typical AFN resolution recognizing inherent and treaty rights, jurisdiction over post-secondary, but just reminding the federal government that we co-developed a policy proposal with them in the past around K-12. So Regional Chief, we want to undertake that exercise again with respect to post-secondary education, because we got a commitment from federal government that we could do an MC and a Treasury Board submission specific to post-secondary education, that we'll sit down and co-develop new policies around post-secondary education, and in particular policies that support regional-based models. And everybody knows BC is about regional-based models. So that's what the resolution is going to be supporting, Harold, and not getting more deeply into it, but it's your typical national resolution. And you heard us, me and Deb in particular, over and over. Let's take a regional-based approach, because we can build a model here in BC that we're confident chiefs and communities will support, given that it'll be student-based, community-based, institutional-based, and going forward from there. And we're delayed a little bit here, Harold, because initially we had support from federal government that we could do all of this to be implemented fiscal 21-22. But since then they backtracked a little bit. So we're probably looking at the following fiscal, but it's a real opportunity to flip the whole post-secondary policy on its head, give us the ability to develop our own policies that meet our needs here in BC, that are community, student, and institutional based, and recognize our proper place between our First Nations communities and public post-secondary institutes, similar to our relation that we pushed for the K-12 on boards of education and whatnot. So that's it in a nutshell, Harold. There's a lot more there in a briefing note that people can read at their leisure, and we'll be doing our own version of regional sessions and road shows, and encourage everybody to be aware of those and chime in and participate in those as well. Thanks, Harold.
Thank you very much, Tyrone. I appreciate the precision and the brevity. That's very helpful at this stage of the day. And as noted, I will move those resolutions tomorrow. We'll finish up with our guest, and then we'll see where we are on the time. So thank you very much, Tyrone. I do appreciate that. Chiefs and Boxes, I am going to move to our remaining guest, which is the New Relationship Trust update. And we do have Hugh Breaker, the chair, and Walter Schneider, the CEO, present with us. And so I'll call on them to make their presentation. Hugh Breaker. Just ask you to unmute your mic.
Thank you very much. I want to thank the AFN for allowing us to make a brief presentation today. I'm going to start by reminding you who's on the board of directors of the NRT. Miles Richardson, who many of you know from the HIDA, is also on our executive committee. He's appointed by the First Nations Leadership Council, as is Wade Grant, who is from Musqueam. Angela Wesley, a Nuu-chah-nulth woman who currently lives up north, is appointed by the province of BC. Liz Logan, I believe from Fort Nelson, is appointed by the BC Assembly of First Nations. The UBCIC appoints Byron Lewis, and I'm appointed by the First Nations Summit. The executive committee of the board of directors is Miles Richardson, myself, and Angela Wesley. Very predictably, I suppose, the NRT has taken a bit of a hit from the COVID pandemic sweeping the globe. Our investments have been down, but we're hoping to recover that as soon as things look up. We're hoping that the stocks are going to bounce back and do as well as they were doing prior to the start of the COVID, but we have taken a hit. We've had to cancel a number of our ongoing activities, like the YES program for youth, Aboriginal youth, which is usually offered every November. We've had to cancel this year. Golf tournament last August was also canceled. That's a preeminent fundraiser for Aboriginal scholarships. Our office is open and the staff are coming in, but we ask that no public come to this office at this time. We did hold our strat planning session just a few months ago, in which we gave direction to the staff with respect to our initiatives and especially planning for the future. It's important that we look ahead and see where the NRT should be in 10 years from now. So given your a limited time for presenters, I'm going to leave my opening at that. I would like to say, just before I turn it over, that the NRT is extremely happy to have been able to catch Walter Schneider. Walter comes from the Squamish First Nation, and he is now the CEO of the NRT. In the past, he has been responsible for all of Lehman Brothers' investments and portfolios in Japan, a multi-million-dollar portfolio. He has several important degrees in the area of finance from universities. Very good background there. And he has been the head of a few well-known Aboriginal organizations in the Vancouver area as well. So the NRT is really happy to have been able to get Walter to return home to British Columbia and work for us in the NRT. We're really happy with his direction so far. And we're looking forward to a lot better things with him as well. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to turn it over to Walter Schneider, who will take you through the rest of our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Hugh, and welcome, Walter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me? Everyone hear me?
Yep.
Thank you, Hugh, for those kind words. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for managing a very tight agenda. I'll keep it very abbreviated. We're going to present a really short presentation, and I guess I'll share my screen. Am I able to share my screen?
I should be able to.
Are you seeing the presentation?
Yes.
Okay. So thank you. I will. The objective here is just to give a really quick update. We are created by legislation, BC legislation, to support First Nations in BC. So we feel it's really important just to remind First Nation leadership that NRT is here to support various initiatives tied to sovereignty. So I'll just jump right in and talk about a quick update. I'll try to keep it to about 5 minutes.
Thanks. And you may want to start the PowerPoint because we are seeing the. There you go. Thank you.
Okay, so what I'll do today is just to affirm our strategic direction.
Yeah.
The NRT is here to support First Nations in their sovereignty, their path to sovereignty. So any initiative that can link to that, NRT supports by way of funding. We help First Nations in BC regenerate their economic development and resiliency through their community businesses, as well as their entrepreneurs, their individual entrepreneurs in their communities. And the third sort of pillar for us is ensuring that new relationship trust is sustainable and a responsive organization going forward, and that we can provide funding to First Nations in perpetuity.
Yeah. And Walter, we can't see we can only see the title screen so far. If you want to
I see.
Click down.
I click through there.
Even if you just click on the third slide of where I think you were, that'll be fine. Yeah. That brings it up.
Okay, yeah, I got 3 screens on my in my desk here, so one is showing it's moving. So sorry about that. So here are the 3 pillars I just mentioned. We support nationhood. 2, we support economic development, and 3, we want to become an organization in perpetuity to support First Nations in BC. So our principles, how we actually conduct our business, we want to be relevant. So we establish funding programs, non-repayable grant programs that are most relevant to the needs and priorities of First Nations. We want to be responsive. So we try to keep aware of the evolving needs of First Nations in BC and try to adapt our funding guidelines and programs as appropriate. A good example of that is we removed a lot of barriers and implemented new funding streams during the pandemic, especially as it related to entrepreneurs. Innovation, we want to continuously seek and improve ways that we can fund First Nations, trying to move the needle of sovereignty. And something we're trying to do right now is look at different streams that meets the needs of different funding requirements. So what that means in a nutshell is there are certain nations that may need bigger funding requirements to do bigger and larger things related to their sovereignty. So we're looking at ways to fund those. And finally, we just want to become a hub of excellence for administering funding programs. We do that on our own behalf, but we also seek funding from senior levels of government to deliver programs on their behalf. So a quick summary. So last fiscal year, so up to March 31st, 2020, we have funded $68.5 million to First Nations across BC, including some of their Indigenous learners. The biggest component here is the First Nation capacity development dollars. So we have funded just short of 800 projects for $23 million. We're probably at 72 million as of last month. Just to read off a couple of examples, like our last funding batch, which we funded last month, we've approved funding for First Nations for consultation toolkits, laws and regulations development for protection of fish and rights to fish, formalizing strengths of claim statements, asserting traditional and historical use of lands and rights and title, developing and ratifying citizenship code, development, implementation of zoning bylaws, defining and applying natural, sacred, and custom laws in new policy making, a member portal, governance training, a lot of feasibility studies. So for instance, an urban farm feasibility study, a new band building feasibility study, outdoor recreation feasibility studies. So anything tied to building up the government, we have funded. I don't think we've turned down any applicants that have come forward this year. So we're open for business. We funded $68 million of projects as of last fiscal year, and just short of 6,600 applications, individual applications we have funded in our 14-year history. Overall, you can look on this little pie chart here. We have funded $85.8 million directly to First Nations, and so it includes that 68 million plus 17 million that we have delivered on behalf of the provincial and federal government to fund First Nations. The big one is the Clean Energy Initiative, which is one of our big successes. The cost of we have a $100 million fund, and the management fees of that is 5.4. And our total administration costs, we're a small boutique, so in 14 years, we've spent less than $14 million, so just short of $1 million a year when you do that on an annual basis. Looking forward, we're going through a bit of a refocus, rebranding. We're in midst of redeveloping our webpage, developing a social media presence. We're looking at different strategic partnerships. And we're currently working on leveraging the success of the BC Indigenous Clean Energy Initiative to establish a regional national funding platform that catalyzes First Nations sovereignty participation in clean energy. So we're working on a significant concept plan that seeks funding from the federal government and provincial government to support a source of funding for First Nations to advance their clean energy initiatives. And really, we're just refocusing on nationhood. So any project tied to self-determination and nationhood, NRT is a partner for First Nations in your community. So reach out to us, look at our webpage. Our funding platform for this fiscal year is open till next month. So if you have a project, send it to the NRT and we will look to support it. We're looking at ways of funding, and we're not looking at ways to reject applications. So if First Nations have put a good effort into their applications and have a strong business case, then we pretty much always fund that project. So that's a really quick update. Thank you for your time. Harold?
Thank you very much, Walter, and thank you very much, Hugh. I appreciate that. And Walter, if you want to stop sharing screen, that would be much appreciated. Chiefs, I will note that it is 3:20, and we had said we would try to recess by 3:10 in order to give some transition time before we move to the candidates debate at 3:30. With your permission, then let us look to, again, recess briefly for 10 minutes, and then we'll reconvene at 3:30 for the candidates debate. And in order of process, we'll do the youth candidates first, and then followed up by for 45 minutes, and then followed by the regional chiefs candidates following that. So again, just in the interest of time, we will look to move the resolutions to first thing tomorrow morning. It's really critical in terms of tomorrow morning that we begin at noon with quorum present so that we can begin processing immediately. And so I will encourage everyone following the candidates forum when we continue our recess to sign in early tomorrow. And perhaps I'll check with PCAFN just to let us know in the chat what time you can sign in early. I know we were 90 minutes early this morning in terms of able to sign in, but we'll just get a confirmation on that. Otherwise, let's take a 10-minute break. I have 3:21 here, so at 3:31 we will reconvene for the candidates debate with the youth. So on behalf of, in my capacity as the chair for the assembly, I do want to thank Walter and you and Tyrone and Jordan and for making sure that we are able to get the information on the table that supports the decision making around the resolutions tomorrow. And I think we're fine there. All right, so quick now a 9-minute break, and we will see you back here. And Brianna, just to raise your hand. I see Taylor has raised her hand. I see Jayde is there but has not raised her hand yet. And so you will see that down at the bottom of the participants list on the right. Should be able to find the raise hands function. There you go. I see Alicia's raised her hand. Thank you. Taylor and Alicia, you can lower your hands in the participants list.
Sorry, I can't figure out how to raise hand. It's Jayde.
Yeah, hi Jayde. Yeah, so at the bottom of your screen, you'll see the participants list. And if you click on that, a long list will pop up. You'll see your name in there in that list, or actually at the bottom of that list, you'll see an invite, mute, and then either raise hands or a 3 buttons. If you click on that 3 buttons, you should see a raise hands feature. Thank you, Brianna. I do see your hand. You can lower that. And there you are. Yes, you did. Thank you very much, Jayde. All right, and just by way of technology again, I'll also note that the chat function is open. And so as you're going through the session, the candidates forum, questions can be posed there. And it's a bit of multitasking for the candidates, but you could also be responding in the chat as well as in the live conversation. Just by way of the program, we will, of course, begin by just welcoming our candidates. In terms of the female youth representatives, we will then look to each of them to provide a 3-minute opening remarks, and then we will have about 25 minutes or so for some Q&A, and we'll look to the chat function to see if there's questions that have come forward, and then we will put those to you. We'll try to make, for every question, try to give you 2 minutes of response so everybody gets a kick at the can, so to speak, to just make it more interactive. And then we will look to provide the female youth candidates 1 minute each for a closing remark before we thank you and then move on to the next session. I will let the attendees know that at 4:15, we will transition to the Office of the Regional Chief discussion, and then I will also lay that procedure out. Similar timings, a little bit different for that one, but I'll lay that out at that point. So we are at 3:33, and so I do want to welcome you all to the All Candidates Forum. And in terms of our program, we are going to turn to the female youth representative. And so I do want to acknowledge each of the candidates for stepping forward and for providing the materials that they were able to provide and the bios, which are available on the events.bcafn.ca site. And with that, I will welcome Alicia Bailey, Taylor Behn-Tsakoza, Jayde Duranleau, and Brianna Wilson, and turn to Alicia Bailey for her opening 3 minutes of remarks.
Hello everyone, I'm Alicia Bailey and I'm from Aitchelitz First Nation. My parents are hereditary chief Angie Bailey and William Bailey. I'm actively involved in my culture from canoeing to winter longhouse and summertime powwows. I'm currently the executive assistant for Aitchelitz First Nation, and prior to working for Aitchelitz, I worked for Scokale First Nation, Aitchelitz First Nation, and Yakakuyas First Nation as the lands clerk. My job duties were not limited to, but included lands registry, housing, events coordinator, administrative support, and law and policy development. I've also worked as the community comprehensive planner for Aitchelitz, the housing maintenance coordinator for Scokale, and I sit on multiple committees for the Stalo-Quaquilmuk Treaty. I'm currently getting mentored for future political involvement by some neighboring chiefs and people in leadership. My objectives as the female youth rep for the BCAFN is to empower our youth to be involved in their communities and feel confident to participate in culture and language, encourage more involvement in BCAFN engagements, and hold more youth forums, and also work alongside with the regional chief, the board of directors, and the chiefs of BC to fulfill the mandate of the BCAFN. Thank you for listening to my speech. Lahai.
Muted myself. Thank you very much, Alicia. Appreciate that. And let us turn to Taylor Behn-Tsakoza.
Thanks, Harold.
Nega Dagondi, greetings, chiefs and proxies. My name is Taylor Behn-Tsakoza. I am Dene. I'm from the Fort Nelson First Nation and the Proper River First Nations, both located here in Treaty 8 territory in the northeast corner of BC. For those who might not know where Fort Nelson is, and I'm sure there's many of you, we're located about 9 hours north of Prince George. So we're pretty far up here. But today I'm speaking to you from the traditional territory of my mother's people, the Aitchelitz. I am running for the female youth representative position with the British Columbia Assembly of First Nations and would like to share with you why I believe I'm the best candidate to hold such an invaluable position. Growing up in northern BC, I was brought up with my Dene culture and taught the ways of my people. Knowing my history and the impact of colonization inspired me to raise awareness of the injustices Indigenous people face and the effects that intergenerational trauma has on our communities today. Working with the National Indigenous Youth-led organization, We Matter, and currently serving on First Nations Health Authority's Youth Advisory Committee, has allowed me to contribute to the creation of life promotion programs and resources for Indigenous youth across the province and the country. While I was away at university for the last 6 years working towards obtaining my degree in health and physical education, which I did this past April, I found my calling to work with our youth through recreation programming and workshop facilitation that supported their mental, emotional, spiritual, and physical well-being. I try to achieve this by using culture and language as a driver for reconnecting youth with themselves and their communities. Currently, I work for YouthCo as a Yes-No-Us provincial educator, bringing harm reduction and sexual health workshops to Indigenous youth across BC. Although we are in uncertain times with the global pandemic surrounding COVID-19, I see a lot of opportunity to engage with youth across BC that utilizes the use of technology and the initiatives already being carried out by the current youth reps. Justin Peters, the male rep, mentioned this morning that the BCFN current youth reps had created a language contest that is happening on Instagram and TikTok, and they're looking to create a youth section on the BCFN website. These are two initiatives that I believe I can contribute to in a proactive way. So priority areas for me would be addressing the COVID-19 pandemic, mental health and education. However, children and families, justice, language, fishery and forestry, among many, are equally as important. I believe I have the education experience and the passion to serve as the BCFM female rep, and I thank you for supporting me in that and for listening today, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you very much for that, Taylor. Let us now turn to Jayde Duranleau.
Alicia, thank you for this opportunity to address the Assembly in hopes of being the next youth rep. I'd like to recognize and honor the unceded territory of the Aitchelitz First Nation, the territory I'm zooming in from. Also, masicho to Dr. Point and Dr. Joseph for their prayer and song and starting us off in a good way. It's always so grounding hearing those good words and feeling those blessings bestowed upon us. And of course, I'd like to thank all the great leaders before me and their amazing words today, and for also being present here at the AGM. I truly feel and see the compassion and dedication you have for your people. It's great to have such powerful leaders to look up to and take guidance from. The work you do is so important and is vital for our youth and the generations who come after you. Our BC leaders are trailblazers, and my respect for you all is astounding. My heritage is Sekani and Mohawk, and I'm a member of the McLeod Lake Indian Band. I'm also the elected youth councillor for my First Nation, and I'm serving my second elected term. Just this past summer, we had our elections. One of my goals as youth rep is to encourage youth to be leaders within their communities. Federal and provincial governments have committed to truth and reconciliation, and under it with First Nations across BC and Canada. With that being said, the youth of today will be the leaders of tomorrow, implementing this important work on the ground and working towards the betterment of their people and community. In the near future, our title and rights should be enshrined in legislation, and our nations will have the ability to stand up our laws and redefine our jurisdiction. Alongside this, and equally important, is the revitalization of our languages and culture. All across Canada, leaders and elders are doing this important work of preserving and sharing our languages. We are so unique as individual nations in BC, and our languages represents that diversity. Both of these are necessary for the prosperity and well-being of First Nations. We as nations need to breathe life into our Indigenous knowledge, history, and language. I want youth to feel pride in their heritage. I want them to walk down the street with a bump in their step because they are First Nations. We as First Nations are truly something else, something special, and we make up the 4.9% of Canada that comes from this beautiful land. We hold title, we hold rights, and those have and always will be inextinguishable. We're not going anywhere, and our resilience carries on intergenerationally. I carry much pride knowing this, and I know that the next generation can and will too with the guidance of our amazing leaders here in BC. It's also essential that the BC First Nations Justice Strategy is implemented in full. We need youth enrolled in colleges and universities, not incarcerated where more harm is being done. We need true healing and recovery of our people and youth who are entangled within the justice system. Systemic racism also needs to be addressed within this system. We as leaders need to work towards and advocate reducing the number of Indigenous children and youth in care and improve child and family services. The AFN has the obligation to establish a new structure to support discussions on the implementation of the Act, respecting First Nations, Inuit, Métis children, youth, and families. Again, just recognizing how important this work is and the need for concrete action on this matter. We as leaders also need to highlight the opioid crisis that is taking over. In 2019, there are 24,166 overdose calls, an average of 66 per day. Numbers in 2020 are even worse. Education is also crucial in the advancement of Indigenous communities and our success. We have the duty to fight for representation within education systems and the right to make decisions about and for our learners. Education about the residential school, Indigenous history, and who we are as Indigenous people should be mandatory in all levels of education, not just an option. This will create more empathy and understanding across the province in Canada and will help address systemic racism within our educational systems. Merci Cho for your time and consideration, and thank you so much for listening to me.
Thank you very much, Jayde. Let's turn to Brianna, please. So please welcome Brianna Wilson.
Thank you, Harold. White Huskell, hello, good day. I would like to begin by acknowledging the traditional territory of the Syilx Okanagan peoples where I reside, and I would like to give thanks to everyone in attendance. I understand it is our responsibility to keep our community safe, so I am very grateful we're doing this online. My name is Brianna Wilson, and it is with great excitement that I am running to be the BC AFN Female Youth Representative. I am 25 years old and a member of Westbank First Nation. I recently completed my second successful term as council intern for WFN. For now, my career focus is on starting my own business and saving money so I can complete my university degree. I'm in the midst of pursuing a Bachelor of Arts in Sociology and Indigenous Studies at UBC Okanagan. My long-term career goal is to influence and work in public policy because Canadian public policies continue to have a direct negative impact on First Nations, and I believe in changing the system from within. Last summer, I was a junior policy analyst for the Assembly of First Nations, moving across Canada from Westbank, BC to Ottawa, Ontario, to pursue an employment opportunity was definitely one of the highlights of my life thus far. I wanted it, so I went for it. I'm a critical thinker and serve my community with my whole heart. I chaired the Westbank First Nation Youth Council for 3 years, and this experience has showed me the significance of community involvement, the critical role youth play in community, and the importance of having a government that fully supports and encourages youth mentorship. I'm currently serving my second 3-year term on the WFN Economic Development Commission. This position has taught me the importance of business relations and the positive impact that economic development can have for First Nation communities. I was recently appointed to serve a 1-year term on the WFN Allotment Commission. I'm very excited to learn and move my fellow community members towards self-sufficiency through the allotting of lands. And I am 1 year into my term on the BC First Nations Housing and Infrastructure Council as the youth board member. So far, this experience has been great, and I'm excited to be a part of creating a system that will positively benefit First Nations in BC. I decided to run for this position because I believe I have what it takes to fulfill the important role and that all my past and present experiences have prepared me to advance the BC AFN mandate. I consider to myself to be very creative and innovative when it comes to problem solving and collaborating. My overall objective is to connect Indigenous youth in BC and across Canada with opportunities to get involved on a community, regional, and national level. Another objective I have is to create space for Indigenous youth to collaborate, prosper, inform, connect, and inspire one another so we can continue to rise up and hold our rightful place, not only in our communities, but in Canadian society as well. I believe in the interconnectedness of being informed, staying involved, and opportunity. If selected as your BC AFN female youth representative, I will strive to create, promote, and connect First Nations youth with opportunities. So please consider voting for me. I know that the All Candidate Forum is not nearly enough to make an informed decision, so I would like to invite everyone to visit my website to learn more about me, my work, and my life at www.brianna-wilson.com. I will also post it in the Zoom group chat. Lim, thank you.
Thank you very much, Brianna. I want to thank all of you for those excellent opening remarks. Just to begin, I will let the participants know that the chat function is open if you do have some questions. And we'll begin with a question that was posted by Chief Cynthia Williams from Agwogat. And I do note that Alicia Bailey did respond in the chat function. We'll start again, we'll keep it in alphabetical order, and each of you has 2 minutes to respond to this question. Which electronic platform will you utilize to engage youth? And also note that a part of online engagement is to ensure capacity of your intended audience to access Wi-Fi as an essential and affordable service. Alicia, did you wish to address that? You're muted. There you go.
Yeah, it's just using online platforms that youth are comfortable with using. A lot of people aren't comfortable with meeting face to face. They'd rather be over the phone or on video calls. And I find lately that people are learning more successfully by using like the mainstream social media, TikTok, and it's breaking down those barriers for people to learn and feel comfortable expressing themselves. And yeah.
Thank you very much for that, Alicia. I will note there was a little bit of delay in your Zoom feed, so while we heard everything, there was just a little bit of a delay in the connection. Nothing we can do about that. Taylor, Behn-Tsakoza.
Yeah, I guess kind of building off what Alicia was saying, I think a lot of youth are using TikTok. That's like the big, I think, like popular platform that youth are using today. With the youth committees and that I'm a part of, we utilize platforms such as Slack. I don't know if you don't know what it is. It's kind of like a space that houses like all the information that you need to know. And then you can create channels, and I guess it's getting a little bit more complicated, but the essence of it is that everything is in one space. You can connect, you can share videos, photos, files, it's all there. So I found that that's a great tool, but to get out kind of short and sweet messages, TikTok and Instagram Reels are where it's at. So that's what I would utilize.
Thank you very much for that. Jayde.
I would say to use some of the platforms that like youth are using. So TikTok for sure, Snapchat, Insta, do it for the gram, utilizing those tools to engage with youth. We have that really cool language contest on TikTok. So it's a way to share your culture. And I actually just downloaded TikTok within the past month. Like I'm just learning it now, but there's a lot of Indigenous videos I've noticed, and I've learned about other Indigenous cultures, and it's a platform to definitely engage with youth. And I see another part of the question is having access to Wi-Fi. I think that's an important thing to bring up, and people be aware that not everyone has access to Wi-Fi, and that is a huge issue. And work towards getting Wi-Fi in remote areas, and getting them connected and on the grid, because that'll support their education too, right? And their ability to connect with Indigenous youth.
Thank you, Jayde. And then let's turn to Brianna.
Very great question. I would start by conducting a survey or needs assessment to figure out how First Nations youth want to be contacted and connected, whether that be on social media, through email, through telephone, or through mail out packages. And then after that, I would build a social media strategy or a communication strategy to figure out how to bring all of those elements together. During my time on the Westbank First Nation Youth Council, we actually created one of our new strategic priorities was to create a social media strategy for our community youth and to foster positive engagement online and in person. So yeah, I would definitely start there.
Okay. Thank you very much to all of you. I do want to look to Chief Eileen Princes from Nakazli's Wooden's question, and she asks, how will you bring the issues of mental health and suicide forward and ensure that youth are getting the support that they need, but also that their issues are promoted at the top levels? So again, we'll take this in alphabetical order. Alicia?
It would be creating a safe space for these youth to come forward and speak to someone. Because whether or not they're not comfortable talking to friends and family, it's talking to someone within the BC AFN to let those emotions and feelings be spoken, and letting the youth know that they aren't alone, and posting resources and videos to let these youth know that they do have support. And yeah, it's a very emotional topic.
Thank you, Alicia. Taylor?
Yes, thank you, Eileen, if that's how I'm pronouncing it right, for bringing this really important issue up. I've been in this field for the last 3 years of mental health, and we like to call it life promotion. Before, I know it used to be called suicide prevention, but we're not trying to prevent suicide. We want to promote life. We want to make a life for Indigenous youth that they feel is worth living, that they're proud to live every single day. And so we do that. What I have done with organizations such as We Matter and with FNHA, I've really highlighted this importance of culture and this reconnection to culture, because when youth are taken from their homes, from their physical land where their people come from, this creates a lot of, I think, confusion and tension within youth themselves. So it's really building them back up to be proud of where they come from, and to honor that they are leaders in their communities, and really providing opportunity for them to thrive and to be part of discussions. And I think, like, for all 4 of us here that are running, we're kind of paving this path there's a lot of benefit to raising your concerns and bringing them forward to your chief and council, and then continuing on that path and bringing it regionally, provincially, nationally. So to me, it's just, it starts with empowerment and that reconnection to culture and language.
Thank you very much, Taylor. Jayde?
Thanks for that question. First and foremost, utilize statistics. Their numbers in suicide are huge. Mental health issues are huge. The numbers are very big. And advocating at the government level, lobbying the government for the ability to create capacity in communities, for funding, for programming in communities to do the on the ground work, again, in community, lobbying your own chief and councils in community, and, advocating and letting youth know that it's okay to not be okay, and to reach out, you're not alone. And suicide and mental health is a lot bigger than we think. And, there's more people than we know and think that are being impacted by this, and to reach out. And definitely number one is, lobbying the provincial government and getting those, core dollars in communities to create programs for Indigenous youth facing mental health and suicide.
Thank you, Jayde. Brianna, and go ahead, Brianna.
Thanks. Great question. Mental health is always at the forefront of my mind, especially mental wellness. So I would start by encouraging and supporting the mental wellness of youth in BC by bettering the lives of youth by connecting and building relationships within their communities, and also protecting and promoting culture and language while adopting modern forms of traditional practices. Mental wellness is definitely a heavy topic and it affects everyone in various ways. So I would just work with everyone, all the youth at their own pace, and bring up more awareness and advocate for more supports for Indigenous youth for mental supports.
All right, thank you very much for that. So just as a heads up, so what I'll do this time is I'm actually going to start with Brianna and go sort of in reverse alphabetical order just to keep it more interactive. A number of you have talked about advocating for youth, and that was part of that question around like promotion in terms of how do you advocate for that at the top levels. But Chief Richard McLean from Tahltan Band notes that a number of you spoke to this ideal of engaging and involving youth more in various activities, including the BCAFN. And so his question is, how do you see advocating for more youth to get involved with politics? And Brianna, we'll go to you first.
So to get more Indigenous or First Nations youth in BC excited and into politics, I would definitely start pushing more chiefs and First Nations to have more leadership positions for youth. For example, the reason that I got into politics was being council's first summer intern 3 years ago, and that really pushed me into politics. And also like advocating and pushing chiefs and councils to include their youth. Here at WFN, we have a youth mentorship budget, and the youth counselors on our youth council are often invited with chiefs or counselors who go away on business. So it's all about involving youth and creating the funding and space for them as well.
Thank you very much, Brianna. Jayde?
I would say encourage chief and councils again to create those leadership roles. Like for McLeod, like Indian Band, we specifically have a youth counselor position. Another thing is, it's gonna sound weird, but create pension plans. That's one thing I noticed within our community is when I was first elected is that we didn't have a pension plan in place. So that was a deterrent to future generations. And you know, the next generations, they're savers. They're all about saving money. And I think that's really important to think about. Mentorship is also really important, having mentors in your community and mentoring the next generation, and also like sharing best practices, like what have we done as youth counselors in our community, and just sharing things that we've experienced. So for example, in just last year in Ottawa, Justin was talking about it, but I was honored to be a part of the honoring and the blanketing of Jody Wilson-Raybould. So, you know, once in a lifetime experience. I'll never forget it, and it was a great opportunity to be able to blanket such an amazing woman, and just knowing that you can make change, and that and youth are the future, and telling them that, letting them know that, and they truly are the future. They're the future leaders, and the sooner you get involved, I think the more, you know, versed and knowledgeable you'll be in the field. So hopefully we can get more youth involved, and I really hope to do that if I'm elected.
Thank you, Jayde. Taylor?
Yeah, I'm gonna kind of briefly agree with what Jayde and Brianna had mentioned about creating positions and getting your chief and council to be mentors. I think that's a big part of it. I was a delegate at Daughters of the Vote last April, so Daughters of the Vote took a young woman from every federal riding in Canada and brought them to Ottawa, and we sat in the House of Commons and the Senate, and we listened to panels from different party leaders, political leaders, from mayors, MLAs, MPs. So it was just, it was like that opportunity that really opened my eyes to like, wow, politics is so much more than just like yelling at each other. And there's so many layers to it. And there's different ways you can get involved. Like there's like, it's just like, it could be like regionally, provincially, nationally. I think there's a space for everyone is what I took away from Daughters of the Vote. And it just opened my eyes to real change can happen if you stay focused and have those good mentors. So I guess reiterating back to the main points from Jayde and Brianna, get those mentors, give youth the opportunity to experience firsthand, whether that's flying them to Victoria and letting them tour the legislative building, or letting them sit on a council meeting, something, and showing them that, hey, like this is what goes on, but like there's real change that's happening. And I think that looks unique to each community.
Thank you, Taylor. Alicia?
I think for youth, the biggest barrier is it feels very, very intimidating to go sit in a meeting with leadership and chiefs, and having youth forums that are just for youth and building up the confidence for them wanting to be a part of politics would be very beneficial. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. So we could talk for maybe another question or two. I do want to go to this question. Where did I lose it now? How will the youth candidates reach the rural areas for youth that may not have access to modern technologies such as internet and cell phones? And so again, we'll start with Brianna.
To reach youth up in rural areas, I would definitely utilize different services like mailing as well as faxing. And of course, when the pandemic is over, community tours. I think we need to get back and connect with each other as Indigenous youth and go visit other communities and maybe have like exchange programs and stuff between different communities in BC. And go, yeah, okay.
Thank you, Brianna. Jayde?
I'm gonna say it. Gathering, of course, when the pandemic's over, hopefully, because I honestly don't see any other way to, like, especially with no internet, them being rural. I would have to say you have to be physically present in those communities, because they are rural, and they don't always have the fastest commute down here, and they don't always have the best internet. So I think the best option to connect to those rural people is to actually, be physically present and go to their communities, do tours, learn their culture, learn some of their traditions, maybe some of their language, and to learn about who they are and some of the barriers that they face in their community. That's one barrier right there, is being rural. That's a barrier of no internet, right? So what can we do to help those rural communities?
Yes, thank you, Jayde. Taylor?
Yeah, I think I know.
Go ahead, Taylor.
Sorry. Okay. I know that there's a lot of money out there because of COVID. A lot of people, organizations I've talked to have just like these lump sums of money that they haven't been able to spend because of COVID-19. So creating, I think, like initiatives and like providing $1,000 for youth to purchase iPads or laptops, it goes a long way. I think that goes a long way. They're going to use it to engage with BCAFN, but then they can use it like for other things such as school. So I think you're just investing in youth. So I would say look at your budgets and see where you can invest in youth. I mean, if they don't have internet, that's also an issue that might not even work. That might not be the solution, but it's hard to go after two people because then you're like gathering. We need to physically go to these communities or bring them to the city, because I know coming from Port Nelson, it was always as youth, it was always so fun to be able to fly to Vancouver for the weekend and stuff. So whatever that looks like, I think, yeah, either physically being there or providing them with those resources is important.
Thank you, Taylor. And then we are going to go to Alicia.
Yeah, it goes with what all the other candidates are saying, is sending out hard copies of information to these communities constantly, and also going out there to visit the youth in their communities. We live in a beautiful province, and it'd be a great opportunity to go out to these communities that don't have internet access or cell phone access. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for that. There is one more question in the chat, and we'll get that in, and then we'll turn to you for your final comments. The question is, essentially, children today and all of us were born into a colonial system. And so in some respects, what do you see, how do you see the role of our cultural practices to being a part of our survival skills and our ability to decolonize? And we'll start at the top on this one, Alicia.
For culture practices, everything is electronic now. So the youth are learning about culture and traditions and stories online. And that's totally different than how I learned from my elders that have passed on. And I'm very grateful for those teachings and to carry on those teachings to the youth that are coming up in the generations. And it's learning how different they'll learn. We have to put everything electronically now, and it's very different, and it's good. Thank you.
Yeah, sorry, you just froze there at in your last statement. So I don't know if you wanted to repeat that. The very last sentence.
Everything is very different now, but it's good, and it's a learning curve.
Thank you, Alicia. Appreciate that. Taylor?
Yeah, I'm just reading the last end of this question. Do you see cultural practices to be a challenge to survive, if I read that correctly? I don't see it as a challenge at all. I feel like it's necessary for us to survive. Getting back to our cultural practices is what is going to help us deconstruct these colonial systems. It's what's going to help us in fighting these systems to create systems that work for us. And I guess I speak from an educational background when I think of this question, because I, as a first generation university student and graduate, I've gone through that system, a system that wasn't made for me, a system that was imposing all these really harsh and colonial laws that just didn't work for me. And so when I finished my degree, I thought there has to be a different way. And I'll just share that recently I just got back from Yellowknife, Northwest Territories a few weeks ago, and I did a land-based education program up there called Dishinta. It's a partnership between UBC and a program up there. And I found that when I was on the land, sitting with elders and learning about like land clearance processes, still I guess having that colonial and that colonial structure of like having a like goals you're trying to get through. But I found that that the answers for us to, not the answers, but the basis for who we are as Indigenous peoples embedded in the land. So we need to return to that. And that is how we're going to thrive in this colonial world that we live in.
Thank you, Jayde. Taylor, excuse me, we're going to go to Jayde.
Thanks for the question. I was a little bit confused reading it, but I think I understand it. I would say self-identity plays a huge role in how we're going to survive. One day I was looking around town and I thought, I saw a church, I saw a mosque, and all these different areas of where cultures go to practice religion. And I thought, where's the temple for us, right? And I thought, there really isn't one. It's truly out on the land, where your traditions, your history is, your language. Our language comes from the land. Language is very geographical. So I think a huge part of, being able to survive is, having that self-identity and being proud to be Indigenous and getting back to our roots, our traditional way of knowing, and, upholding our Indigenous knowledge.
Thank you, Jayde. And let's go to Brianna, and then we will turn to the final 1-minute comments. Brianna?
Thank you so much for your question. I do not see keeping cultural practices alive in this colonial world as a challenge. I would rather view it as an opportunity to rethink traditional practices, traditions, stories, and adapting them to be more modern. Here at Westbank First Nation, we have our Sinshweeps Heritage Museum, and one thing we pride our museum on is being a living museum, because it's always changing and we're always coming up with new ideas, being more innovative, creative, collaborating and adapting. That's who we are as Silk people, and I believe that for all First Nations in BC as well. We're great at adapting, and I do not see this as a challenge.
Thank you very much for that, all of you. So we are just at 11 after 4, so we have time for the final 1-minute comments from each of you. And so again, we'll start at the top. Alicia.
Thank you, everyone, Chief and leadership, for taking the time to listen to us candidates talk. It's been a great experience running for the BC AFN Female Youth Rep, and these have been some really good discussions, and these are some very beautiful candidates that I've got to get to know, and good luck to everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Alicia. Taylor?
Yeah, I think just thinking back to the question around how we can get youth more involved in politics, it's opportunities like this. It's having an opportunity to experience like what it's like to campaign and what it's like to attend a candidates forum. Like these are things that are going to make us really powerful leaders one day, like all of you that are watching and supporting us right now. So I think AFN for really seeing the value in youth leadership and having youth at decision-making tables, because it's we're the future and we're not going anywhere. We want to learn and to one day fill your seats. So thank you for that. I also just want to thank my chief, Charlene Gale of the Fort Nelson First Nation, for nominating me. It's been a true honor to go through this process. Also to my family, my mom for supporting me and believing in me. So Masi and good luck to all the candidates.
Thank you. Jayde.
Thank you so much for the opportunity to learn from the leadership here in BC and to be a part of the selection process. As my closing remarks, I'm hoping for unity and an understanding among our nations across BC as we all move forward together towards more consent-based decision-making and the ability to uphold our sovereignty and traditional laws, and hopefully we can collaborate and share best practices. I pray for thriving communities who are healthy and educated in their traditions and language. I really look forward to the day we are all self-governing and self-sustainable and have asserted our jurisdiction. So, Masicho, thank you for all your time and consideration.
Thank you, Jayde. Brianna.
First and foremost, I would like to give a humongous shout out to the person that nominated me, Westbank First Nation Councillor Jordan Coble. When I seen this opportunity, I knew I couldn't pass it up, and he was so eager to nominate me. It was so amazing. He's a great leader and highly respected in my nation, so I'm very honored to have his nomination, and I'm beyond grateful for this opportunity. And I want to close by saying that I really appreciate everyone in attendance taking the time to listen and support First Nation youth. Your time and vote mean a lot to all of us, and I would like to reiterate that if selected as your BC AFN female youth representative, I will strive to create, promote, and connect First Nation youth with opportunities. I will advocate and work towards creating a space for First Nations youth in BC to be informed so we can all connect and collaborate with one another, because I believe that by understanding the world around us, we find better ways to interact with each other and learn more from social collaboration. I would still like to encourage everyone to visit my website, www.brianna-wilson.com, to learn more about me, my work, and also view my candidate profile so that you can make an informed decision and or reach out with any questions, comments, or considerations. And I would like to say good luck to all of the candidates, and I look forward to the end result. Wyatt Lim Limt.
Thank you all. I want to say that we're going to bring the female youth representative portion of the candidates forum to the close. I do want to encourage you all to read the positive affirmations that the leaders have been leaving and commenting for you in the chat room, really about how inspirational you have all been during this forum and how appreciative we are of that. And I would think it would be obvious that if we were in a live in-person session in a gathering, I'm pretty sure you would be experiencing a standing ovation at this time. So I want to thank you all and congratulate you all and wish you all the best of luck in the election, but also in what are obviously going to be fantastic careers that you will all have in the days ahead. So thank you very much for that. So ladies and gentlemen, we are going to turn our attention to the regional chiefs, office of the regional chief. And so just by way of process, we will look to the two candidates, Cheryl Casimer and Teegee, for 5-minute opening statements. And then we will look to the Q&A and look to moderate that. And we will have until 5:30, I believe, is when we will wrap that up. And then we'll turn that over to the BC AFN electoral officer to get us ready for the election, which will then polls opening at 6 p.m. This evening. And so with that, I'll just take it in the order that we have on the agenda. So let us turn to Cheryl Casimer for her 5-minute opening remarks.
Mr. Chair, greetings from Sil Casco territory up here in Burns Lake Band. I want to start off by acknowledging again the opening remarks provided by our respected elders. And I want to thank you, chiefs and delegates, for staying on with us for the candidates forum. I know how hard it is to stay on Zoom all day, but I really just want to hold up my hands to the beautiful young women that just shared their profiles with us. As I put in the comments, our future is in good hands, so thank you very much. I really want to start again by acknowledging my chief, Nasuk and Joe Pierre, for nominating me, and Chiefs Chapman, Christian, George, and Lugie for supporting that nomination. I want to share with you 3 key areas that I would like to focus on should I become the successful candidate. First and foremost is continuing to support nations in addressing the outstanding land question here in British Columbia. And of course, along with that goes shared territory overlaps. And I think that we need to come together and face that issue head on and address it so that we can come up with a framework to help move us forward in finding solutions to that outstanding issue. Because the longer that it remains outstanding, the more it lends legitimacy to the provincial government's unilaterally developed consultative framework, and it allows them to continue to do status quo business as usual on our lands. Secondly, I would continue to support the work that is currently underway around economic development that's been mandated by you, the chiefs, and I think that it's important and good work has been happening there, as well as also supporting nations in the development of strong governance. You need strong governance and strong economies in order to be able to be strong decision makers and full partners at the table with Canada and BC when it comes to making decisions on your land. Thirdly, I would continue to do the work related to the United Nations Declaration. We have DRIPA, Bill 41 in British Columbia. You spoke to it earlier today about the outstanding work related to the action plan, Section 7, and the alignment of laws. And because of my extensive involvement in the development of DRIPA, I would lead us through that, and I would be calling on the provincial government to ensure that they fulfill their commitment in implementing that. Thirdly, we spoke to Minister Lametti today, and he talked about the federal legislation. And I think it's going to be critical to have a strong voice nationally and federally to make sure that any national or federal initiative that is going to take place is reflective of BC First Nation interests and priorities. And I would ensure to do that. And lastly, I know that there are many immediate issues that we have to face. We're living in a pandemic. We have to make sure that we have the proper resourcing and supports to support our community members, whether they're on or off reserve. We also have to ensure that we address the issue around the opioid crisis. That is affecting many of us, our communities and our families. I would call on the governments to ensure that the level of urgency that they put into COVID, they also put that same level of urgency into the opioid crisis. Of course, we also have the issue around systemic racism, around health, and around justice. And with health, we're awaiting Mary Ellen Trapel-Lafon's report We would need to call on the provincial government to ensure they accept that report in its entirety and make full investments into implementing those recommendations. With justice, it's the same thing. We need investments in order to be able to implement the justice strategy that was developed by the Justice Council, but by you as well. And around children and families, we have C92. We need a funding envelope here in British Columbia to support the work that is currently underway. We have been leaders in this province and across the country when it comes to child welfare, and we want to be able to implement our own laws based on our languages and our cultures and our teachings to be able to look after our children. And lastly, we need to be involved in the action plan development around murdered and missing Indigenous women. And I would make sure that the coalition that currently exists here in British Columbia is fully involved, because the coalition is made up of families, of victims and survivors, and their voices need to be heard. Chiefs and leaders, I've sat around the table with you for a number of years as a council member or as a chief, and most recently as a political executive and a member of the Leadership Council. You know of my experience. You know that I am knowledgeable in the areas that affect each and every one of us, and you know of my hard work ethic. And that is what I'm going to use to help guide BCAFN moving into the future. And of course, I cannot do that alone. I need to do that with your critical direction in guiding this and guiding the work that we need to do. So I look to continue my path of diligent work and my preparedness to fulfill the mandate of the BCAFN, as well as your direction. And for this, I ask for your support. Takla.
Thank you very much, Cheryl. Terry Teegee.
Masai Harold, Deneza, Sekuza, Skyza. First of all, I just want to thank once again all of you for being in this meeting today. And it's been a long day. And you know, these meetings like this are quite challenging. So I thank you for being patient. So I just want to start off with acknowledging that the reason why we're here in this Zoom meeting is the fact that we're living through a pandemic. And seeing that today, we've seen another record day in terms of transmission of this disease of 717 cases. And what COVID-19 has done since our last meeting, physical meeting at least, when we were gathered together to deal with, you know, overlap and shared territories, is that it really exposed the inequities of this society, this colonial society. And one of the questions that I continued to get during this campaign period is, why are you running? Why are you seeking another term to this position? And I think, you know, that's where I'll start in terms of why I see it fit to put my name forward. And I want to thank all my nominators, my 5 chiefs, for nominating me. And really, I see the inequities in terms of child welfare, of implementing Bill C-92, of implementing and drawing down jurisdiction to the rightful place, our First Nations people. It's to implement the Declaration and truly recognize that UNDRIP represents recognition of our Indigenous human rights and recognize our rights entitled to our lands. In terms of economic development, the inequities that we are all seeing, that we've all experienced, that for me and for many of the chiefs in this room, that it's no longer reasonable just to deal with companies and the government for beads and trinkets, if you will. That relationships and diplomacy are quite important, not only with all levels of government in discussions for implementing the United Nations Declaration or any other legislation, but amongst ourselves. Having that relationship, that true relationship between amongst ourselves, and perhaps start developing our own relationship and our own reconciliation amongst each other, our own treaties. And to breathe life in a lot of legislation that has passed. Bill C-91 the languages legislation. We need complementary languages legislation here in this province. And that is what I commit to do. And that is an outstanding commitment from this NDP government. Education, one of the biggest issues that we're dealing with, as we heard from the previous panel, is that we need more of our First Nations educated and getting the education in terms of post-secondary education or any endeavors that they see fit. And I think more importantly is an understanding of our true history of this place we call British Columbia, Canada. Our true history as Daket people, as Coast Salish people. We need that changes significantly within the education system. We need to discuss our changing environment with climate change. We need to develop our own climate change strategy in this province. And more importantly, this very difficult relationship we have with the colonial government and with society in general is to fight racism. And it speaks to the justice that we're all seeking. And I believe that with the calls to justice, 261 calls, needs to be implemented. That is an outstanding commitment that I'll commit to. The opioid crisis, the homelessness, mental health needs to be dealt with as well. So we work together, we are strong, and we can deal with a lot of these issues that are outstanding, and I commit to doing that work. And with that, I just want to end with, this is the reason why we all take these jobs, is to fight for justice and fight for justice every day. And that's what I commit to. Thank you, Masicho.
Thank you. Thank you, Terry. Just by way of question, so you would have noticed prior to the assembly that a request for questions had gone out, and we did receive 6 or 7 questions. So what we'll do is we'll start with those, but then we will intersperse them with questions from our delegates who are present. And I do see that Cookby Christian does have his hand up, so we will come to Cookby Christian shortly. I'll start with maybe the first 2 questions here to each of the candidates. And if you could keep your answers to 2 minutes each, that would be greatly appreciated. As regional chief, what would you do with the BC and federal governments to support those First Nations who have Aboriginal title and rights and who decided not to participate with the BC Treaty Commission process? Just take it in the order that we have on the agenda. Look to Cheryl.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you very much for that question. Each nation has the right to determine what process is going to work best for them. And I know that some nations have chosen to participate in the BC treaty process and some have not. I think it's the role of the regional chief to ensure that they lobby and advocate for the space required for negotiations and for capacity development and for the resourcing to support whatever process the nation chooses to decide for themselves. There's a number of ways to address the issue of outstanding land question and title and rights. It's not just through the treaty negotiations process. There's treaties, agreements, and other constructive arrangements. We know that there's also the issue of reconciliation agreements that are taking place across the country, and we've had a few that have been celebrated here in British Columbia. So for me, it would be a matter of supporting what the nation decides. They're the ones that determine the path to address rights and title.
Thank you, Terry.
Yeah, I think, the nation will decide their sovereignty and self-determination in terms of who has a rightful say on the land. To answer this land question is quite integral in terms of determining what kind of arrangements and relationship they will have with the provincial and federal government. And more importantly, with ourselves in determining our relations with our other First Nations neighbors. So there needs to be a space created to discuss these urgent matters, especially if one First Nation is within the treaty and one is out. But further to that, I've also, over the last several years, committed to the modern treaties in terms of making sure that the First Nation, that the provincial and federal governments live up to what they've committed to. So that's really important to know and understand if they do see that it's an avenue to take in terms of a treaty, agreement. Thank you.
Thank you. The second of the earlier questions was, as regional chief, how do you intend to address replacing the government of BC's unfair, one-sided referral consultation process until laws are changed to fit with Bills 41, the Declaration Act? Cheryl?
Thank you for that question. I think that there are some processes that are available that would allow us to make those significant shifts in referral. Referrals are basically a mode of consultation. And as we've been talking and working on implementing the United Nations Declaration, we need to elevate that concept of consultation to free, prior, informed consent. And I think that we need to ensure that we have have that conversation with the province, of course, being directed by the leadership who are impacted by that, and to make those changes that are going to be required. Also, there are other ways of addressing referrals. I know that there are some nations, including mine, who have entered into agreements with the province, and they've totally reformed the referral process. So there are examples of how that can happen. But I think it really comes back, though, to looking at the legislation that directs that referral process and making those changes that we spoke of in terms of aligning it with the principles and standards of the United Nations Declaration.
Thank you very much, Terry.
We don't live in the world of consultation anymore. Since November of last year, as far as I'm concerned, consultation is a form of denial by the provincial and federal governments. And I think the way that we do it is truly implement a government-to-government relationship where there are arrangements between the First Nations and government as shared decision makers. And no government has a veto, but in terms of how we decide on things, there's a commitment within the declaration to make decisions together. And really, that's where we need to go. And however First Nations deem fit, that's the way it needs to be done. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to Cookby Christian.
Thank you, Harold. Terry and Cheryl, the question I have is really related to the time that we're in right now, which is COVID. And knowing and understanding that this is going to be going on for the next 18 to 24 months, a year and a half to 2 years, and that the biggest role that BCAFN, the Union of BC Indian Chiefs, and the First Nations Summit play is really about bringing our communities together. What are you going to do, and what's your plan for actual engagement? Because a lot of the resources, I was looking at the financials, you have $3 million from MER, and I presume that's around consultation with the communities. What plans do you have in place to engage us as chiefs in this process? Because we can't get together physically. So what are you actually going to do, both of you, if elected, to engage us as chiefs? Because that's a big critical piece of the work. And how can you do it in such a way that we're not going to duplicate? So the union doesn't call us, and the summit doesn't call us, and BCAFN doesn't call us, and set up the same processes over and over and over. I'm getting tired of attending these sessions where we get the same presentations. And it's getting a little disheartening, because we talked a lot about this in 2010 in terms of the All Chiefs Task Force, of organizing it under one umbrella somehow. I think the time is now to do that. We can't waste a lot of our time. We as chiefs on the ground are fighting a lot of things. You talked about them, the opioids. We're fighting the COVID. We're fighting the racism on the ground. And we can't be spending a lot of our time going to these continuous Zoom meetings. So what are you going to do with BCAFN to help take a leadership role in the province and doing something different in terms of engagement of the chiefs? Because it's the chiefs that elect you, it's the chiefs you report to. So how are you, and what are you going to do? So thank you.
Thank you. And Chief Christian had called on Terry first. So for this question and the next, we'll start with Terry and then reverse it again. Terry?
Yeah, thank you for that question. And you know, this is the opioid. I mean, the opioid crisis is another matter, but COVID-19 has definitely demonstrated the inequities that all First Nations are receiving in terms of not only resources but the information that is needed to protect the community. So I would say very similar to working with First Nations Health Authority is to, I would say, have regional meetings. We know some of the issues that many First Nations are experiencing, and what I put forward during this pandemic is the website, the FNLC.ca website, where really we're looking at a lot of emergencies, not just COVID, and looking at other potential emergencies such as floods and fires. So I would say, you know, that would be one of the avenues, but more of regional meetings and really develop a strategy and a plan to start accessing, I believe, in a fair share of the resources that our communities in need. Thank you for the question.
Thank you very much, Cheryl.
Thank you, Gukbi, for that question. I think the question has to be addressed in a couple of ways. First of all, the way that I reached out during my campaign, of course, had to be done virtually. That's the world that we live in. And one of the things that I did was I hosted 5 regional webinars. And I found that to be really exciting and useful in terms of reaching out to leadership and to community members. I used the FNHA model because it was easiest, but I think that I think it's worthwhile to explore with the leadership in terms of maybe making up you know, a different model that would even be more effective, because we know the northern region is huge, right? And it's one region, but everybody has so many diverse interests and priorities. And so it's going to be important to figure out the best model for doing that. But then you also run into the problem around connectivity, and that was one of the issues that I wanted to raise. And I think that's an area of priority that needs to be addressed by the regional chief in terms of ensuring that our rural communities are connected, because in a pandemic, it's so critical and it's so important to do that. But I would look at regional sessions. I'm open to exploring. So if people have ideas in terms of how we can do that, I'm open to doing it. But for now, that would be one way. And that would happen on a regular basis, as opposed to waiting for quarterly meetings that take place with all of the respective political organizations. And that way you focus specifically on what the issues are in that region from that leadership group and that community group. And then you're better able to address it as you're moving it forward, either provincially, nationally, or federally.
Thank you, Cheryl. Just to follow up with one of the early questions, I go with Terry first and then Cheryl. What are your thoughts on climate change and the impact it has had on our rights, both to harvest, for fishing, for gathering, for hunting, and how will you work to ensure that we as First Nations continue to thrive off the land?
Well,
Terry?
certainly, you know, report after report, conference of the parties, definitely the decline in wild land is because of development. And I think that definitely has a detrimental effect on the fish species, water species of fish, as well as terrestrial species. It definitely has had an impact on our First Nations. But more importantly, I think, you know, what we've seen in the many reports that came out many years ago is the issue of wildfires and floods that have detrimentally impacted our First Nations people. And the first people that really feel the climate change crisis are Indigenous people. So I think we need to develop our own strategy. Some of the work that we can do, and we do have the mandate from the chiefs, is to start looking at how to deal with not only the issues of floods and fires, but also to conserve a lot of biodiversity. And the work that I'm doing internationally on the biodiversity file is that the more of a biodiverse land that we have, the more sustainable and the more resilient the land is. And it definitely conserves a lot of the animal species on the land. So certainly I think it has to come from our leadership here in the province of British Columbia. And I certainly know that our people are up to this task. Thank you.
Thank you. Cheryl?
Climate change is is a critical issue that is on the top of all of our minds. And as I mentioned in my opening comments, I think that it's going to be really important to start working on our own strategy and work to identify ways of working with world partners, right? It's not just something that is affecting us here in British Columbia and not even just here in Canada. It's affecting us all over the world. But for the immediate, though, for Indigenous peoples here in this country, the reason that we don't have access to our lands is because of the fact that the colonial governments continue to deny and recognize our right and our title to the land. And there have been many Supreme Court decisions that have supported the fact that Aboriginal title is a legal interest in the land. It also comes with an inescapable economic component to that land. And further, it includes the right to exclusive use and occupation of those lands. And I think that we need to really push federal government on that to ensure that those principles are focused in their policies and in their legislation that allows us to be more decision makers in terms of what happens to our lands and our territories and our resources. When we're in a position to do that, then we can have more control over not only our access, but everybody else's access, particularly those that are doing nothing but damaging the environment. And we need to have a say and more jurisdiction in that area.
Thank you very much. Let's go to Chief Charles Morgan. Proxy Charles Morgan, if you'd like to ask your question that you put in the chat, and I will note to the candidates that if you're wish to do the multitasking, you're also responding in the chat, you have that opportunity as well. Charles? If not, I'll read his question. So he says, what are your thoughts around how we approach housing and social development? And I think we're switching back to Cheryl this time.
Thank you, Charles, for that question. In relation to housing, I know that it's an issue that plagues all of us in our communities. In my community, for example, we haven't had a new build in 25 years. And I know that that's the same across the province. And so the way that I see us moving forward on housing, I know that there are a number of initiatives that are in place. For example, the province made an investment into housing, one of the first regions to do that in terms of on-reserve, off-reserve investment. We need to continue to, call on them to make that something that's going to be a constant and not just a one-time deal. We also need to ensure that the federal government makes the proper investments, of course, but I think that we need to organize ourselves, and we started to do this work by way of the Housing and Infrastructure Council. And I would work towards continuing it to support it so that it becomes a reality. It will be an authority that will assume the jurisdiction and authority from CMHC and from ISK. If we could house and have a housing authority here in British Columbia that is reflective of the interests and the needs of First Nations here in BC, I think that we would have a stronger chance of being able to address the housing issue that impacts each and every one of us. In terms of social development is a policy. And I know that it's a policy that doesn't really meet our needs. We know that the funding that is made available doesn't provide for an adequate livelihood, and we need to make some significant shifts in that area. And so we would need to sit down with government and those that are responsible for it and start lobbying and advocating for that change. Thank you.
Thank you. Terry?
Yeah, thank you for that question, Charles. And certainly housing is always on top of mind, and it speaks to infrastructure as well. If you have more housing, you need more water and sewer, more infrastructure. Utility is a big issue, especially to rural and remote communities. And I think, really taking over that jurisdiction and taking our rightful place in terms of how that occurs is quite important. And looking at the Housing Investment Council strategy is seeking a better way in terms of funding homes on and off reserve. Perhaps CMHC isn't the model we follow, but certainly there are existing models, I suppose. But more importantly, I think is taking that space and perhaps utilizing a different mindset and looking towards more economic development and using it as an initiative as an economic development initiative in terms of housing to many communities out there. Perhaps it's an opportunity for First Nations to have their own companies to start developing houses and homes and infrastructure. So I think, that's definitely governments do have a role to play, but I think more importantly, I think we need to assert our own sovereignty and self-determination in how this occurs. Thank you.
Thank you for that. And so I'm just going to try to keep moving it around between the early questions, the chat questions, and the hands up. And so let's go to Fred Robbins, who's had his hand up, and to ask your question, and we'll go to Cheryl first with the answer. Chief Robbins.
Well, thank you. First of all, I want to congratulate both Cheryl and Terry for stepping forward and looking to take that leadership role for the chiefs in BC. With the role as the regional chief, you're going to be crossing different boundaries here from Alberta, Saskatchewan, and as the regional chief, what do you think and how do you feel about the title and rights of those that are not in a treaty process and those that have treaty rights, the protection of those non-treaty bands? Where do you guys stand on developing that relationship?
Cheryl?
Thank you, Chief Robbins, for that question. I think it goes back to the comment that I made earlier in terms of how it's the decision of the nations to determine for themselves what process that they would like to embark on in order to be able to address Aboriginal rights and title. Some choose the treaty process and some don't. And that needs to be fully respected by the regional chief. What the regional chief's role would be in that situation is just to support nations in whatever process they decide is best for themselves. And if that means creating space at government tables to have negotiations, or if it means needing resourcing for capacity for negotiations, or it needs resourcing period just for those negotiations, that is what the role would be, and that is what I would do. Thank you.
Thank you. Terry?
Yeah, thank you. And I think you answered this question previously, but I can think back to my previous job as tribal chief of Karisakani, who were in the treaty process and left. And it speaks to the relations that, and strained relations, I should say, that it had in terms of neighboring communities where the government puts out maps and you have to do a statement of claim and whatnot. And that really brought up the issue of overlap and shared territories. So I think, there's definitely opportunities out there to start discussions, whether they're in treaty or outside of treaty. I think there's definitely relations amongst ourselves and speaks to our nationhood and how we relate to one another and really reconcile our differences and perhaps build up better relationships amongst each other, considering that we're neighbors. And, an example I have is, the friendship treaty that the CSTC, my former tribal council, had with Casca Dene, a friendship treaty to work on issues together and perhaps have different stances on shared territory. So that's really where it needs to go. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Back to an early question, and again, just taking them in the order that they were received. We'll start with Terry on this one and then go to Cheryl. A female chief reports an incident to the regional chief about inappropriate behavior from a male chief. How would you deal with this, and what action would be taken to ensure it does not happen to anyone else? Silence and cover-ups are rampant in our First Nations communities.
Yes, definitely an issue that needs to be dealt with. And over the last several years at the BCFN, we've definitely implemented governance, change in governance, and also code of conduct at this meeting, or perhaps, if it's a physical space that we're meeting at. And there's a response in terms of what comes next, in terms of an investigation, perhaps more of an investigation, looking at the incident, speaking to the board and having, really a review. And also too, there definitely needs to be like the code of conduct needs to be implemented in terms of preventing this type of behavior and looked down upon. But further to that is to follow up with the incident and making sure that you know, there's an accountability here. And I think, you know, that's one thing that needs to be done. And that's one thing that we've definitely implemented at the BCAFN and plan to propose at the AFN national level. Thank you for that question.
Thank you. Cheryl?
Thank you very much for that question. I think it's an important question. First of all, the first thing that I would do is I would believe her and I would support her. And if I don't have the resourcing available to take it any further, I would direct her to the proper authorities. Secondly, I would work towards implementing policies to ensure that it doesn't happen again. And not just here provincially, but I think it needs to happen nationally. I was really pleased to see that the chiefs passed the resolution today on sexual discrimination and gender equality or gender equity. And I think that that is really, you know, I've had a conversation with what took place at the executive, and I'm really hoping that the resolution we passed today goes further than just here and goes to the national executive, because from what I understand, when it was presented to the executive, the male regional chiefs would not receive it. They didn't want to see it happen. And it's that kind of conduct that, you know, continues to take away our power as Indigenous women and leaders. And rather than doing that, we need to work on ways of how we can stand each other up. And so for that to happen, you also need to think about the fact that it is an underlying issue. And we need to also be able to provide supports necessary in community to be able to have those really important and necessary conversations and start working together and healing together so that we can all be safe, whether we're women, whether we're men, youth, everyone in community should be safe. And so that we can, you know, put a stop to this.
Jayde, can you mute your microphone?
We need to put a stop to it so that we can all to work towards oh my God, now I lost my train of thought. We need to put a stop to it so we can work towards being healthy and that we can all be supportive together and have, you know, just be well.
Thank you both for responding to that. I do want to turn to Chief Cynthia Joseph from Nalgogit. She did put a question in the chat, and Chief, if you wanted to address your comment or question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm pleased to see both individuals from the Northwest. You are aware of what is happening in Wet'suwet'en territories. You are both aware that this is the cause of the subversion of Aboriginal rights and title by not only the federal government, but also the provincial. You see that the BC Treaty Commission was created in order to, no matter at what cost, obtain treaty. In my view, litigation under Delgamuukw and Gisdaywa is needed. 23 years of failed negotiations, millions upon millions of dollars of which the people will be indebted for. And so I would like to hear from both of you with respect to not only the situation of the Wet'suwet'en being faced and being forced into litigation for the environment it has created, but also I want to hear of your support to the other nations in across Canada, 6 nations, Site C, tiny house warriors. It's a crisis happening, and if you can address that, it would be appreciated.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll start with Terry on that.
Yeah, thank you for the question, Cynthia, and certainly the 23 years ago, the historical litigation that my family was part of as well, the Delta Stay-Away court case, and the follow-up to, really, I suppose, follow-up to that court case, the Chilcotin court case, the recognition of title, I think is quite important in terms of where do we go from here. And I think with this position, we certainly support the Chilcotin and the Wet'suwet'en and what they determine is their rightful place in terms of the negotiations of what is appropriate and the recognition of your decision-making authority. I think that's quite important, because quite too often, if that doesn't exist, then we get a lot of issues in terms of what is going on out in the land right now, the tiny house warriors, the issue of pipelines, TMX and whatnot, is that if they're the engagement of all First Nations, including, I really believe that many of the chiefs in this room need to be engaged as well as hereditary chiefs and those that are making decisions in how to best proceed and in terms of decisions, in terms of development and what's best appropriate for the Wet'suwet'en or for any group out there. And I think that's what is needed, is that support. And once again, it's a reconciliation amongst ourselves and how governance occurs of the hereditary system versus the elected chief system, if you will. So I think, we need to work those things out ourselves, because quite frankly, like we said in the overlap and shared territories discussions, we have to work this out ourselves, not any other third party. No provincial government or federal government is going to work this out for us. Well, thank you for that.
Thank you, Terry. Cheryl?
Thank you very much for that question. I think a lot of the conflict that we see that's happening across the country, and not just here in British Columbia, is as a result of not having our own laws and our own Indigenous legal orders being respected or recognized by both the provincial and federal government. And so that's a necessary step to take in terms of bringing that to the forefront. Secondly, on this issue, I unfortunately will not be able to speak specifics, because what I know is just what I've been hearing and what I see on social media when it comes to the Wet'suwet'en situation. And so for me, if I become the next regional chief, it would have to start with a dialogue between those that are affected in order for me to be able to determine the next steps and the path forward in supporting you.
Thank you, Cheryl. In the early questions, there was another Wet'suwet'en related question. I'll go to that, and then we'll take Chief Beverly John, who's put her hand up in the participants list. So just on the Wet'suwet'en question itself, and we'll start with Cheryl on this one. As you are aware, in May of this year, Canada and BC signed an MOU with 10 Wet'suwet'en hereditary chiefs, under which they have been negotiating a constitutionally protected treaty-like agreement that would govern the collective rights of all Wet'suwet'en people regarding land, natural resources, governance, and finance. This process is proceeding without a First Nations mandate and against the firm opposition of the elected chiefs and councils, representing approximately 3,600 members. If elected, what would you do to protect the rights and title of the Wet'suwet'en people against this arbitrary process? Cheryl?
Thank you for that question. And I think it's similar to the answer that I provided just previously, in that I'm not up to speed on all of the details related to the negotiation of that MOU. And so my first step would be to bring all the parties affected together so that we can have a dialogue. And I would rather that we were able to figure out some kind of a plan or a strategy moving forward where it could be, we can find a solution amongst ourselves. Without so much having to rely on colonial processes to do that for us. Because I believe that our rights and title are held as a collective, and it doesn't necessarily really matter if you're an elected or non-elected person. If you are Wet'suwet'en, you're Wet'suwet'en, and you have title to your lands. If you're Tanaha, you're Tanaha. It doesn't matter whether it's part of hereditary or if it's part of an elected. Our responsibility as governors is to make sure that we can look after the collective interests of all of our people. And so we need to determine the best path forward to do that. And so without going into any more detail, because I don't have it, because I haven't been involved, I know that when the First Nations Summit was approached to intervene to a certain extent, I had to step aside from that. And so I really don't know the details of the MOU. And so again, I say my first step is to have a dialogue. Thank you.
Cheryl, Terry?
Yeah, thank you for that question. And definitely I heard from both sides. And I think, for this position, like I said, we need to create that space where we can reconcile our differences and start having open discussions about what really, we're seeking, recognition of our title rights and interests. And I think that's this job, if not,
Yeah. Oh.
Chief Sparrow, I need you to mute your microphone, please.
And I think, that's really where, this lies. And it's definitely that open dialogue where we talk about these very sensitive issues. And it speaks to perhaps the other, what we talked about earlier about treaty versus non-treaty, these very sensitive issues. But most importantly, I think, if that, assistance is needed and we're invited, I think that's really where it lies right now. But I most importantly know my place, and I think our organizations know our place, that perhaps we're not invited and it's none of our business. And we also have to respect that too as well, because I certainly know what's happening in Ontario with Six Nations is that they don't want any involvement of the AFN. So I think, it's whether you're invited, it's, provide that space for a solution and start having an open dialogue. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to Chief Beverly John, who has her hands up in the participants list.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Harold, for doing such a fantastic job of chairing. Also, I want to say to those 4 young, beautiful ladies, you did such a great job in answering the questions. And I think with your participation in learning and in getting involved, that our future looks very bright. So thank you to each of you for, answering those questions. Also, and a big thank you to Terry and Cheryl also for putting your name forward for what is a difficult and challenging position. Being at the helm of all BC First Nations to advocate and to strengthen our sovereignty is a very important role. And so I want to also just say thank you for, putting your name forward to do that job. I think when we look at our current global situation with our the climate change issues, we start to worry about our environmental sustainability and our land-based economies to, having sustainable food source and ability to harvest our traditional means. We know everyone on the Fraser system this year knows the struggle we've had with the Big Bar landslide, and so food security becomes such a provincial issue for those on the Fraser system. But you start to look at how the environment is changing, and you start to become concerned about our ability to have food security. And so I guess my question would be, what are the approach that might be taken when we start to face those real challenges, which I think we've gotten a little taste of with the COVID-19 in the first wave, when, things were getting locked down, the province was on lockdown, and we here in our own community had to really kind of jump to these new realities that were in our face right now. How do we keep our people safe, but still make sure that they had food to feed their families, etc. And so that kind of situation came to the forefront of our response. And so that's just it's not minor, but it opened my eyes to, well, how are we going to do this on a provincial level and, even a national level? How are we going to respond to make sure that we are, that our kids and our families have food security? And so how would each of you as candidates address and bring forward an approach that's going to be responsive to all BC First Nations on food security? Thank you.
Thank you, Chief John. Cheryl, we'll begin with you.
Thank you, Chief John, for that question. I believe I touched a little bit on it in my opening comments about the importance of food security for First Nations. And it's a loaded question really, because it's so wide ranging. It touches on a lot of things. So when you're talking about food security related to fisheries, I believe that we do have some strategies that are in place. The Leadership Council held a forum of which a salmon strategy came out as a result of that. And I think that it's going to be important to work towards implementing it. We have the Cohen report that also addresses fisheries. And so there's that one aspect of it. Then we're talking about harvesting and being able to have access to the land and use of the land. And I think that comes back to ensuring that we can exercise our sovereignty and exercise our constitutionally protected rights, really, to fish, hunt, and gather. And as well, I think we also need to determine how it is that we're going to organize ourselves, because we are in a second wave, right? And this may become unfortunately, it may become the norm for quite some time. So I'm hoping that communities, have access to sufficient resourcing to start preparing in advance in terms of, getting out there and buying those supplies that are going to be necessary to take our people over the winter months while we are in this second wave. Because with the numbers going up, we know that there are going to be more restrictions that are going to be coming down. And with those restrictions, we know that there's going to be less travel that's going to be allowed. So we need to start preparing now if we haven't already done so. And access to resources, access to lands is critical because we can't rely solely on what we can get in the store. As I mentioned, I was really happy to see that so many people were going on the land during the summer and doing their hunting and their fishing in areas that they were able to do that. And then preparing it at home by canning and making sure that there was something for the winter months. So it's about recognizing our rights. It's about asserting and exercising our rights. And in terms of food security, it's not just about that as well. It goes a little bit further. I've heard from chiefs about agriculture. And a lot of people are invested in that, but they're not getting the support federally or nationally to make a livelihood out of it. And so that would be another area that I would look at. But I think it comes to us together to start talking about it, develop some kind of a strategy, and work towards implementing it. Thank you.
Thank you, Cheryl. Terry?
Thank you for that question, Bev. And certainly climate change and food security go hand in hand, and the most vulnerable people are the poor and Indigenous peoples. And they are the first ones to be affected by the inequities in this society, especially this economy that we are a part of, whether we like it or not. And really it's looking at how we use the current land that we have and how it's developed. And far too often, Canada and BC being an extractive resource province and country, we are stuck in, or we need to make changes to that point of view and perhaps start reversing this economy. Far too often, the economy is based on constant growth. It's also based on resources that are not infinite, they're finite. You're going to have a hole there if you have a mining project. You're going to have stripped land that's going to take a lot of habitat away from the caribou. Many caribou species are extirpated. We have a decline, a stark decline of moose populations here in the province of BC. And we all know what's going on with fisheries. And that definitely has an Indigenous rights violation. So I think, moving ahead, I think if those plans, if we have land use plans as Indigenous peoples, definitely need to be implemented. But in terms of food security, especially wildland food, definitely we need to uphold our rights to and access to first priority. We need to take over management and jurisdiction and really our rightful place in terms of how many of these species of animals that we've enjoyed since time immemorial are managed. And it speaks also to some of the work that I've been doing as part of the economic development. And it's looking at economy more on a holistic level. It's not just gross domestic products. It's a whole view of our happiness, our wellness, our ability to practice our culture. That's what we need to look at. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Terry. So just by way of order, I'll look to Chief Patricia Prince, who's posted a question in the chat function. I'll go to one of the last two remaining early questions, and then I'll take the raised hand from Chief Jerome Jack. So Chief Patricia Prince, would you like to ask your question?
Hello.
Hello.
My question would be to both the candidates. We are just currently situated south of Burns Lake on the south side. Hydro is a big problem for us. Sometimes we go without hydro and we risk losing all our traditional harvest. How would the regional chief assist our rural people?
Thank you very much, Chief Prince, and we'll begin with Terry on that one.
Well, I think, this really speaks to the issue of rural and remote communities and access to, I think, infrastructure in many respects. Really, overall, I think we should have our own utility, but considering the fact that we do have agreements with BC Hydro to service our communities, those need to be lived up to, especially with your community that has risk of losing power. And I think that speaks to an overall plan to get off of diesel, get off of hydro, and perhaps start implementing your own infrastructure in terms of energy. And this speaks to not only the use of hydro and infrastructure and how you access services, but also too, I think we should start really thinking about, as Indigenous peoples, our own service provider for cell phone coverage. There's a $1.75 billion in funding that has been committed to rural and remote communities. It's deemed to be approximately servicing 90% of rural and remote communities, and we need to be part of that discussion. So thank you for that.
Thank you very much. So just by way of order, again, I've mentioned I'll take an early question. I'll go to Chief Jack. And then after that, I think I have one last early question, but then we'll go back to the chat function because there's a number of questions there. And I just conscientious that we may not get to them. So I think we'll close off a raise hands function after that. In terms of this particular question, I think we are going to start with, Cheryl, did you get a chance to answer that question before I go rushing off?
Oop.
Oh, my apologies. Looks like I need some coffee. So let's go to Cheryl on the question of support for the rural and remote communities.
Thank you, Chief Prince, for that question. I think it's something that affects a lot of the rural communities in terms of infrastructure, whether it's the roads or whether it's your hydro. And I think that I don't have a solution for the immediate, but I think that if we look long-term, we need to start looking at different means of energy. I know that there are a number of First Nations who have been lobbying and advocating, wanting to move their green energy and renewable energy projects forward. There's also the conversation about wanting to form a First Nations, be a First Nations utility provider, and there's no reason why we can't do that. The only thing that seems to be blocking any progress in that area is, of course, BC Hydro itself. And as a Crown corporation, I think that they have a lot, too much power available to them, and that they won't create that space in order for nations to be able to fill the space and become partners in that industry. And so I think that the bigger picture there is to work with the province in terms of calling on them to ensure that they take the projects that First Nations are putting forward seriously, and that we start looking at different means of energy use.
Thank you. And then just coming back to the early questions, a specific question here. With the latest federal directives to remove open pen fish farms from the migration paths of our young salmon, how involved will you be in ensuring this gets carried out immediately? And I believe we are still starting with Terry on this one.
Yes, very involved, considering the fact that the detrimental effects of fish farms, and also the desire of First Nations in the area to see that definitely change, and the many First Nations, well over 100, that have put forward their concerns. And I think as part of the the co-chair for the National Fisheries Committee, most definitely I believe that this drought here can have a good way of making sure that this is raised to the highest level in terms of Department of Fishing and Oceans, and also aquaculture. And as part of that, the province needs to be involved too, because they issued them some of the licenses and the tenure. So all levels of government need to be talking together, and especially if there's a commitment for provincially here, the United Nations Declaration and the declaration federally, they need to talk to our First Nations people in regards to the fish resources and those things that definitely has a detrimental effect to the many fish species that are out there. Thank you.
Thank you. Cheryl?
Thank you for the question, and I am not going to profess that I am a fisheries expert by any means. I certainly would have to rely on First Nation experts to provide information in terms of what would be the best path moving forward, because it's a complex situation. I know that it's critical to make sure that we put into place mechanisms to protect the wild salmon. I also know that there are nations who are off of remote islands who are reliant on their fish farm as a means of an economy, and that is the only thing they have available to them. But we also have science that supports that if we continue this path, that we are not going to have any wild salmon stocks or any wild fish stocks left available to us. And so it's going to be critical that we come together and we work out a means of being able to transition to land-based closed containment fish farms. And that will have to be done in partnership with the First Nations that are affected. But I know how important this is to a number of First Nations, so it certainly would be a priority. And again, as I said, I would be relying on not only the strategies that have been provided, the science that's been provided, but the rely on the First Nation experts as well.
Okay. Thank you. I just want to make sure I see Chief Jerome Jack's hand still up. It's getting late in the day. I just want to make sure I didn't miss that. So Chief Jack, did we get to you?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, it's Kwakugela, Chief Jack Mwochet Muchlet. I just have a couple of questions. Your views on where I come from, we're on the hereditary system. Do you support hereditary systems? We have agreements with fish farms, but I'm not really for them because of the damage they're doing to our wild salmon. And the other thing is forestry. If you look at our neighbors to the east in Alberta and Saskatchewan and maybe Manitoba, they get royalties from the resources taken out of their territories. In the last 20 years, Western Forest Products has taken 5 million cubic meters of wood out of our territory. Our Mwochet Muchlet territory, we have gotten zero. Western Forest Products was going through our reservation,
for the last 20 years, and we wanted compensation for them trespassing in our land. We had a Zoom meeting with them 3 weeks ago. As we were having that meeting, they were moving their operations to another place in our territory that doesn't go through our reserve, i.e. reserve. They're still in our territory. The way I feel right now is I want to block the road access to them altogether. And I'd like to know how you guys, if you guys would support something like that, because I'm really passionate about it. Back in 1975, we blocked that road down at Almond because of when I was a little kid. I remember those grave sites that the MOTI built a road right through our graveyard in the 1960s. Our people are buried underneath that road. For the last 50, 60 years, they've been driving over it. No compensation to us whatsoever. Nothing. I could go on for a long time, but I'll just keep my comments and questions really short because I have a lot. And I appreciate everything that I heard, especially from the 4 candidates, our youth. Very nice, very good questions, very good answers. And to our 2 candidates tonight, very good questions, very good answers. And Mr. Chair, thank you. You've done an amazing job as well. Claco.
Thank you very much, Chief Jack. So just in terms of the order, we'll take this question and the next question. We'll go with Cheryl first. So do you support hereditary systems? Do you support blockades? And then there was some issues around compensation, revenue sharing. Cheryl?
Thank you, Chief Jack, for those questions. And yes, I support hereditary systems. I fully am aware that hereditary systems were in place long before the establishment of the Indian Act that then created elected chief and councils, but I also have equal respect for the elected representatives as well, because it's up to the people to determine how they will be represented. Secondly, in terms of blockades, I support the right for people to stand up for what they believe in. I support people to have the right to have a voice in situations that are impacting them or maybe are holding them down. And if you feel that there's no other means of being able to bring attention to your situation and the blockade is the way to do it, I support that. In terms of the situation that you were speaking to, about extraction of resources from your territories and not receiving any compensation, I think it would be critical to work with you to set up some kind of a table to begin those negotiations, despite the fact that they moved their operations off of your reserve to off reserve. It's still in your territory and you still have a right to have a voice and to be part of decisions that are affecting your territory. So I would suggest that we would be looking at implementing Section 7 of Bill 41 in terms of shared decision-making agreements. And I know that there are First Nations who have been successful in the province, and we could also look to them and use what the arrangements they've come up with as examples, because there have been some agreements around forestry that have been negotiated, and they've been substantive agreements in terms of revenue sharing, decision-making opportunities. And so there's a number of ways that we could address that, but I think it's critical that we work on that situation right away before it escalates. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Terry.
Thank you for that question, Jerry. And certainly I know your background and know what you're experiencing, and most definitely the hereditary system of governance is definitely alive and well. We still practice it. I'm from Lakshtibu Wolf Clan, and we practice within the Batlats our system of governance, and I believe it's also recognized in the Delgamuukw stay away court cases and many other court cases. So quite simply, once again, I think, you know, there definitely needs to be also reconciliation with the elected chiefs. So we need to come together and make decisions together. fish farms agree, most definitely, even if you do have an agreement, most definitely need to transition away from open-end pen to closed pen. Forestry, that's my background. Used to be an RPF. Actually, I'm getting my designation back as an RPF, but this is why it's so important to implement Bill 41 into the Forest Ranger Practices Act and the Forestry Act before any statutory decisions are made. We need to be involved, whether it's allocation of annual allowable cut or timber supply review. We need to be the discussions, and shared decisions need to really occur during those statutory decisions. Roadblocks, my community, Glaston and Takla and McLeod had to put up roadblocks in the 70s. You talked about 1975, we did train blocks because quite simply of the issues we were dealing with in our traditional territory. And in 2005, my chief, John French, who's on this call here, had to put up a roadblock in our territory to protect our interests of our Indigenous people. Most certainly, I support them. Sometimes you have to do that if discussion falls apart. And always the discussions for a negotiation, a pathway forward in the Carrie County Tribal Council, the part of forestry. So they can occur with the province, but more importantly, it doesn't absolve Western Forest Products, Canfor, or any other tenure holder in their compensation to the First Nations. And I'll just leave that there. Thank you, Masicho.
Thank you very much for that. So let's go to the chat function, and I feel a bit of a dilemma here. There's been a great question about gender equity asked by an observer from Squamish Nation, but the proxy, the vote holder for Squamish, has also asked a question regarding DRIPA. What I'd encourage the candidates to do is to respond to the question on gender equity in the chat, and then I will call on Chris Lewis, the Squamish proxy. Chris, are you there? Perhaps he's not there. So just in terms of that question. So his question relates to in DRIPA, how will we deal with the key issue of defining what is an Indigenous governing body? And I think we're starting with Cheryl on that one.
I'm sorry, Harold, who asked that question?
Chris Lewis, Squamish.
Okay. Thank you, Chris, for that question. I think it's certainly up to the First Nation government to determine that definition. But I also am fully aware that at the Joint Core Working Group, which is the body that works with the province in working on implementing DRIPA, also has created a sub-working group to the Joint Core Working Group to start addressing the issue around Indigenous governing body. And so I'm hoping that that work, once it starts to get flushed out, will be something that we will be able to share and throughout our engagements with First Nations across the province to ensure that it's something that is reflective of your interests, reflective of your governance, and how you've organized yourselves. So work is underway there, but I think that even though this team, and it's made up of some legal technicians from the Leadership Council, even though they're doing those first steps, it's not up to the Leadership Council, and nor is it up to that working group to make that determination. It has to come back out to you.
Thank you. Terry?
Yeah, thank you for that. We already see it in our hereditary systems, but also too, it comes back to the people and how they want to be governed in terms of what's the best way forward. I think, whatever is created out of, with discussion with the people, we need that open dialogue. Far too often we talk about hereditary system, traditional system versus elected system. At some point, we need to come together because we're all the same people when we're talking about Takla. Whether it's the hereditary system or elected system, we're all related. And I'm just using my community as an example, but at some point, we need to come together and have those open discussions on how best to govern ourselves And really, it comes back to what is known as self-determination. Is your self-determination how best to govern yourselves? Thank you.
Thank you. Let's turn to Chief McLean, Talton Band. If you're there, you have a question on vaccines and COVID?
Yes, I was wondering how the regional chiefs would support the COVID vaccine distribution to First Nations communities that are remote and unaffected by COVID. I know a lot of our communities in the far north and throughout the province should be vaccinated very quickly once the vaccines are approved. And how would we advocate the provincial and federal government to make sure that that is done in a timely manner to continue the protection of those communities? Thank you.
Thank you. If I have my order correct, we're going to start with Carrie on that.
Thank you, Rick, for that, and thank you for your service to your community. I understand you're not running again, but nevertheless, thank you for all you've done for your community and also sit in some of these committees that you're appointed to from the BC. But at any rate, the vaccine question is, at the start of this pandemic, I was really pushing for and advocating for having a Jordan's Principle allocation in terms of funding. That didn't occur, and learning off of that, I think most definitely we need to get our chiefs together. We need more of a higher political voice in terms of how the distribution of vaccines. But also, too, we got to know that not everybody would want a vaccine. We have to respect everybody's own personal choice, but at the same time, we also got to acknowledge that in order for a vaccine to be effective, it definitely has to be out there. Over 90% have to be vaccinated to be quite effective. And there will be a number of vaccines. These are two that have been coming out or potentially coming out. There could be another 3 or 4. So I think, on the hierarchy, we need to be a priority, definitely because of the high rate of, sickness in our population, and also the issue of overcrowding in our homes and whatnot. So most definitely, we're going to have to ramp up our advocacy and make sure we're a high priority. Thank you.
Thank you. Cheryl?
Thank you, Chief McLean, for that really important question. And I believe that I think it's going to be a matter of calling on both the federal and the provincial government and their commitments, because I've heard, I believe it was the Prime Minister who was speaking about the vaccines and about how First Nations would be in that category of receiving the vaccination first as one of the priorities. And so because of the fact that our level of health is lower than that of the general population here in the country for many reasons. And so they had categorized how the vaccine would unfold and be distributed, and we were in the top area of that. So I would just call on them to make sure they fulfill that. And I also work very closely with the First Nations Health Council and the First Nations Health Authority so that we can put together a proper plan and a strategy to ensure that the vaccine makes its way into the communities. Thank you.
Thank you. So I would note that we had on the agenda said at 5:30 we would turn to the electoral officer. He had indicated that we could take a bit more time, so we will go till 5:45 and get through as many of these questions we have in the chat as possible. I'll look to proxy Adina Young.
Thank you. My question, it was brought up earlier with the ISK Minister on criminalizing Indigenous people. So I ask you as Regional Chief, how would you work to decriminalize Indigenous people who are practicing upholding their inherent rights? So it could be anything from, occupying the land to harvesting their traditional foods to, maybe a band member being intoxicated in a municipality and on all different levels, whether it's in the capacity of practicing our cultural identity, our cultural ways, and being able to work with municipalities that are close to us, because I live here on Haida Gwaii, and our reserve is a direct neighbor to municipalities, and I'm sure it's like that in many other places. So what sorts of things would you have in mind to help the question that was raised earlier, decriminalizing Indigenous peoples? Thank you. Hawa.
Thank you. And we'll start with Terry.
Thank you for that. And first and foremost, we do have a BC First Nations justice strategy. And we know there's a direct connection with the child welfare system and incarceration rates. We've seen it in many stats. We're overrepresented in incarceration and also within the judicial system. So I've been calling for an overhaul, a fundamental change in the policing system and the justice system. And I do hold the file along with Ghislaine Picard on justice for the AFN. There is resources coming forward to start implementing or to look at start implementing our regional strategy, but it's more of a national strategy. But I think, the issue is very difficult to make changes in a system that is discriminatory and racist. So from the top down, there needs to be fundamental change within the judicial system and the policing system, where really we need to be involved and also really assert our own laws, perhaps. And I think the recognition of our own laws will lend itself to perhaps a better solution, rather than having constant incarceration and of our people that really is this constant in and out the door in jail or elsewhere in the judicial system. That needs a change. That needs to stop. And really we need to implement the regional strategy and also a national strategy to get our youth and also our people out of the judicial system. Thank you.
Thank you. Cheryl?
Thank you, Adina, for that question. I think in addition to working towards implementing the justice strategy, which I think is critical, I also think it's going to be important to pick up the discussion around reforming the Police Act. And so that would be definitely one of the priorities. What we are speaking about really comes down to systemic racism, as well as people not fully understanding or being aware or educated about what our Aboriginal rights and title means. So if we're being picked on because we're out harvesting or we're hunting and fishing, those are constitutionally protected rights. And so those need to be respected and they need to be recognized. But I think it's going to come back to making some change where we start taking control over factors that taking control over our lives, such as C92. When we start working on C92 and we start developing and implementing our own laws based on our languages, our traditions, and our cultures, and start looking after our children and our families in that way, hopefully we will see a decline in the number of children that need to go into protective custody or that need to leave community. Because statistics show that when children are in their community with their families or even extended family, they thrive. But when they're in this colonial system of foster care, we see that it's just a vicious cycle where they end up leaving the foster care, they age out, and then they end up going right into the justice system. And so we need to make those changes there. And it's about being self-governing. It's about putting into place our own structures and our own laws and making sure that those are fully respected and upheld.
Thank you very much for that. Just looking at the questions, let's go to Proxy Beverly Cutlow. There you go.
There. I lost my question.
How do you help our people who live outside of BC?
Right, that need to come home and don't have anybody to advocate for them to come home. Stuck in another province by court order, and it seems like there's nobody to turn to help them come home anywhere in BC. Doesn't matter which level of government.
Okay. Thank you, Beverly. And let's turn to Cheryl.
I don't know why I keep turning my mic and my video off. I think it just gives me a sense of being busy by clicking them back on every time a question comes up. I appreciate the question. Thank you very much for that. In my view, our jurisdiction follows our citizens and our children, regardless of where they reside. And so it needs to be recognized that we have a role to play in the well-being of our people, regardless of where they are. And that doesn't mean whether they're on reserve, off reserve, it could be in a different province. And that's the same view and thinking that, or principle that we have when it comes to C92 and child welfare as a whole, that our jurisdiction follows those children. And so to me, I think it's similar in that we would need to look at nations entering into protocols or agreements with other nations of whose traditional territories those individuals may be stuck in, and working out a process of being able to ensure that your citizen, whether they're in Alberta or Manitoba, Saskatchewan, is receiving proper supports. And then, you know, the protocol would allow how those are going to be supported and how they will be funded. And so I know that my nation does that when it comes to child welfare. So we enter into protocols with those service providers that are providing direct service to our children and our families. And that way, I think that that really holds up. It holds up our law. It holds up our ability to be governing, and we don't have to necessarily rely on outside agencies to make that determination for us. So if that's something that would be of interest in terms of addressing it, I certainly would look at ways of being able to support that. Thank you.
Thank you. Terry?
Yeah, thank you. You know, the legal pluralism of cross-border jurisdiction in terms of province and perhaps even country. Perhaps if you have members in the United States, I think, you know, ours supersedes theirs. You know, we've been here far longer than any other government that has been in existence, 152 years or 200 years in the United States. I think, you know, really we have to take that, I suppose what it is more of a Jordan's principles look at our citizens, that their jurisdiction and governance follows them, and that we are able to help them in terms of getting across these perhaps legal parameters or these jurisdictional parameters. And it speaks to, you know, resourcing them properly too as well, giving them the resources that they need. That should be as, you know, one of the other issues that needs to be dealt with properly. So thank you for that question.
Thank you very much. I note in the chat that I perhaps misunderstood the Chief Electoral Officer in terms of how much flexibility I had with time. So I do apologize to Ron for that. And I do apologize to the remainder of the people in the chat who had questions. I had hoped to get to a few more, but we do need to get to this last piece and get our the Electoral Officer on. By the design, we had said that each of the candidates would have 3 minutes for a final comment. And so I'll turn to Cheryl for a final comment, and then to Terry.
Thank you, Harold. First of all, I really want to thank all of the delegates, the chief's leadership who are still with us at this point in time of the day, and I really appreciate your questions. I hope that I did your questions justice. I just wanted to say that I know that we're in a pandemic, and it makes it really challenging for us to be able to do the work that's necessary. And we are living in a predominantly virtual world. And because of that, I think communication is going to be key and critical, because I don't know how one can fulfill their mandate and to do the work that's necessary without having full engagement by the leadership and by the chiefs, as well as by communities. And so I commit to ensuring that I can think of innovative and creative ways that would allow for me to be able to engage with you in this virtual world as we move forward in this pandemic for the next maybe a year, year and a half, 2 years. It's really hard to say. And so I also am cognizant of the fact that we're really diverse in this province. We have different priorities and we have different interests given where we are situated within the province. And so it's going to be critical to make sure that the work of the BCAFN reflects your interests and priorities. And I'd mentioned earlier about wanting to work with you in a regional process, and I'd really like to explore that and to see how that unfolds. I've been doing this work for a while now, and I've had the honor of representing First Nations in this province on many, many issues. And I think that because of the years of experience that I've had and the contacts that I've been able to establish over those years is going to allow me a seamless transition into becoming the regional chief if that's the decision that you choose. I have, when I take a hold of something, I give it my 110%. I'm fully committed and dedicated to seeing things through. And I also want to make sure that at the end of all of that, that there is a positive product, that there is something there that is going to actually have an influence in the circumstances of our lives and change it for the better. And that is what I am all about. And that is what I propose to bring to this table. And I propose to do that in full engagement with you. I'm not prepared to just start doing things on my own. It's critical to respect the fact that First Nations chiefs, you mandate the BCAFN to do work as we've done today here through resolutions. I will also commit to continuing to work with our partners, with the First Nation Summit and the Union of BC Indian Chiefs. And that way, we'll be able to make some huge advancements in the areas that are of critical importance to you as leaders. And so I thank you very much for the opportunity to speak to you. Tacha.
Thank you, and thanking you for your patience being here today. Quite a long day, and thank you to my fellow candidates, Cheryl, for putting their name forward. And also the youth candidates, Brianna, Jayde, Alicia, and Taylor, and certainly that, it gives me hope that there is leadership coming forward in a good direction. And I think, it's been an honor and a privilege to serve you these last 3 years and definitely began some good work, not only in the infrastructure of the BCAFN, we saw some of that today in regards to the selection of who will represent, the BCAFN at these many committees. I saw that it was necessary. It wasn't simply going to be myself. There was going to be a process, and we need to work on that. So further to that, I think, looking back at the last 3 years, there are many milestones and good initiatives that we created. And I look forward to another 3 years to continue on this work. Elections are never easy. In this election, we changed the election process to make it more fair, to make it more accountable. It's been 75 days, if you include the nomination period and the campaign period. I made sure that those were changed. In terms of, how people are represented, 12 of the 15 of my staff are women, and we made sure that we made policies within the BCAFN to reflect that. And further to that, I think, moving ahead, there are many initiatives that need to be followed up, commitments that need to be followed up with the federal and provincial government. And moreover, I just want to thank all of you for your support. And also, want to acknowledge, through the last 3 years, getting to know all of you in terms of what is occurring within your communities. And really it comes from you. You give the mandate for the work that I do. And also too, back to the people, that there needs to be fundamental change. We live in an unjust world. Let's admit it. We get up, all of you get up, and you're all fighting for something. It's the fight for the land, the fight for our children, the fight for a say of our rightful place in this world. That is what is important. So I seek your support for another term, because there certainly is unfinished business. And with that, I thank my wife, Rena, and my 2 children for allowing me to put my name forward and, seek another term. So with that, Masaicho. You're on mute. You're on mute.
Thank you, Terry. So thank you both very much. I want to acknowledge the contributions you've made here this evening. I wanted to also note that there are important questions as well as some positive affirmations for the both of you remaining in the chat function, and you have the opportunity to respond to those at your as we continue in this session. This concludes our candidates forum. Let us turn to the overview of the election procedures, and we welcome to the screen Ron LaFleur, the BC AFN electoral officer, who will get us ready for the poll opening at 6 p.m. Ron?
Good evening, and thank you very much, Harold. May I just say at the beginning, really tremendous thanks to each of the 6 candidates that spoke today. I think that you were all given a wealth of information from each of the 6, and a thanks as well to the 2 candidates that were acclaimed some time ago for board. My name is Ron LaFleur. I'm the electoral officer for the BC AFN. We will nearly be taking part in the first BC AFN online election, which I think is quite exciting. I have been working with the BC AFN for a few years now, but my background is elections that I've been working in since 2001, starting in international elections with the United Nations and a number of other international organizations. And about a decade ago, I started working on elections more locally with various nations, societies, universities, court-ordered elections, that kind of thing. I want to assure you that I've implemented many elections online in the past, mostly with Simply Voting, which is the online voting platform which we will be using with the BCAFN. In case I happen to lose any participants during this chat, I want to advise at the outset that it's likely the links for voting will only go out at about 6:30 to 6:45 due to some delays with the registration, and well, at the end of my presentation I'll have to set everything up, but it should come out very quickly after that. So I know each of you are interested in the voting and the online voting process. Please remember when you registered for the AGM, you provided an email address as well as your status card or other identification card. Both of these are used as credentials for accessing your ballot. And we will do a sample vote with me voting now. Now, while I'll be doing this on my computer, you can access your ballot through any internet connected tablet, telephone, computer, anything that's connected to the internet. So I hope you can all see my screen. This is my email, and this is the email that will basically look like this that you will receive in your inbox this evening. Now, it comes from me up here, and as you can see, it will say that the voting period has now begun. I want to note at the outset that this is not your election, which I'm logging in here. This is a clone election that will be voting on non-people. But it shows that the voting period has begun and will continue until tomorrow at 11:30 in the morning. Now, to log in, you'll need your status card or your other identity card, the number, as well as this password. I would recommend copying it just like I'm doing now, or writing it down, whatever works best for you. And then going to this link here that will take you to the Simply Voting website. If for some reason you have issues logging in here, you should get in contact with me. You can send me an email at any point or give me a phone call. But do try a couple times, and if you can't get in, there should be some minor issue that I'm sure you and I can figure out. So this is the landing page, and you'll enter your status card or other ID card number here. I will put in my pretend card number, and I'm pasting the password from that email just into the password box there. And we log in. So in this case, we're voting for beverages and cereals. And this is the ballot. Your ballot will look very similar to that, other than the fact you'll have the candidates that you have heard from today on the ballot. In each of these cases, you can look at the candidates, click on details, view details, and you can learn their biography as well as see their picture. And that would be for any of the candidates. All 6 candidates have provided information and photos for this election. When you go to vote, you simply click on the candidate of your choice. You can toggle between them if you make a mistake. You can even remove them again entirely should you choose not to vote for anybody for some reason. I will say that your ballots, in each case, the candidates will come up in a random order. So they're not ordered by alphabetical. They're not ordered in any way other than how the system will randomly order them on your ballot when you vote. So each person who votes will have a different order of candidates. All right, so in this case, I'll just choose a couple of candidates and I will click on continue. And it will show me a confirmation page where I will confirm that those are in fact the candidates I was interested in voting for. I didn't actually want Rice Krispies, so I'm going to go back and change it to cornflakes. And now we see cornflakes there. And I confirm my vote at this point if I'm certain that this is the candidates that I wanted to vote for. So I'm confirming and I have success. At this stage, your voting process is actually over. And I've given you a little hint that we would love to see you back tomorrow on the 18th. The process begins at 12 o'clock, but election results will be at 1 p.m. A few other notes I should mention. Each of these 2 elections are decided by whomever gets the most number of votes. I know there was some discussion about the instant runoff voting method during the Special Chiefs Assembly. And while that is technically part of our process, we didn't have more than 3 regional chief candidates, so that process doesn't come into effect. So whoever receives the most votes on both of these ballots will be elected. As well, the BCA-AFN has a process and requirements for appealing any election results. Any appeal must be sent to the chair of the Election Appeals Committee, that's Edith Loring Kuhanga, by November 25th. More information about that can be found on the BCA-AFN bylaws. And as mentioned, voting starts, theoretically at 6, but unfortunately it's going to look like probably 6:30 to 6:45, and we'll go until 11:30 in the morning tomorrow. If you don't receive your email by 6:45 or 7 o'clock tonight, please email or call me. It's possible your registration with the BCA-AFN isn't totally confirmed, and we'll just have to get one extra piece of confirmation for you and set you up. It's not a problem to add anybody who didn't receive their link afterwards. On that note, while we hope that everybody has registered to this time, it is possible to add registrations well, certainly tonight and for a part of tomorrow. In the notice, it is written in a number of places that we will do our best to handle any registrations that come in the morning, but certainly after 11:15 it will be, or sorry, before 11:15 is the absolute cutoff, but even with the 11:15 cutoff, it is unclear that you will have enough time to cast your vote. So please, any further registrations or proxy changes or anything like that, please do your best to get them in tonight or early tomorrow morning. I see Harold maybe wanting to jump in with a quick comment or question.
No, you had just frozen there briefly.
Okay. So at this point, I will take any questions if there are any.
Encourage you to use the raise hands function if there are any questions for Ron Loffer. And I do apologize for getting your last name wrong, Ron.
No
I
problem.
kept adding an L, Montreal Canadiens. So again, if there's any questions for the electoral officer, please use the raise hands function. Chief Frederick Robbins.
So I'm just curious, are we gonna find out if Pepsi or Coke won by 11:30 tomorrow? And then is that how you're gonna explain it tomorrow, just before the election? Or? I'm just curious.
Great question. So thank you for that. Well, I was the only voter in that election, so I believe you know who won that particular election. At 1 o'clock tomorrow, I will announce results going directly into the Simply Voting software so that you can be in the system seeing the results, the certified results from the system itself. And you will see the numbers and names of all the candidates there directly.
Okay.
Hello.
Chief Hobart, did you wish to ask a question?
Yeah, I'm just wondering, it just is in my own elections, I'm just wondering if there's a code of conduct or else also both people that are running are in good standing, all four people, or actually the youth and that are all in good standing with and they're viable candidates, that they are all in good standing. I just want to make sure that the election officer has reviewed or researched that piece.
I can only do a certain amount of due diligence on my end, and they have met every milestone that is required from to my knowledge. If, of course, there's a complaint about the good standing of a particular candidate, then you are welcome to provide a complaint or an appeal.
No, it was just a question. It's asked
Okay.
at my elections all the time, so I just thought I'd ask it here.
Sure.
Thank you. I do note that we have observer Priscilla Almelo from Sartlip that wanted to ask a question, then followed by proxy Jackie Thomas from Secus. Priscilla?
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to confirm the scrutineer process, as this is an online election platform, and what would that look like for somebody who is a scrutineer and for people who are submitting their votes, and if they're a proxy, what that looks like, just so there's complete transparency for everyone.
Yeah, the scrutineer process is certainly different during an online vote, and I appreciate that. There are some scrutineers that have signed up to observe the process as much as possible, and they have received a number of the voter lists to this time. As you know, the voters list gets updated through the process because registration is rolling. So that the voters list and the voter registration is probably the primary area where scrutineers can look at the process. Obviously, they can't be in your home observing you voting, and the counting process is done electronically. So I've done my best to, provide the results for everybody to see directly from the voting software, which you will see tomorrow at 1 o'clock. But there definitely is a less for scrutineers to see in an online process than an in-person process.
Jackie?
Oh, sorry. Maybe somebody asked this question already. I was trying to find out, and maybe they asked it, that we're assuming one vote, but what if we have, I've been in other elections where there's been many ballots. And is that taken into account, or how are we going to do this if it comes to that?
Sorry. Oh, in terms, I think I missed it. Was the question about if there was a tie or something in that?
Yes, if we have more than, because don't they have to have a certain percentage, and then maybe we have to have a second ballot?
Yeah, the question was not asked, and in fact, in this situation, they just need to get the most votes, because for the regional chief positions, they have to get more than 50%, and because you only have 2 candidates, then it's simply whoever receives the most votes. For the female youth rep positions, they simply need to receive the most votes between them. So there isn't the 50% requirement. If for some reason there is a tie vote, then we do have a plan to run a further round tomorrow afternoon.
Are there any further questions for the electoral officer? I'll ask Priscilla and Jackie to lower their hands. I
Carl,
see.
I have a question.
Could be Christian.
Who takes the registrations, and when does registration close?
So registration through the process is being handled through the BCAFN staff. I think a number of you have been in contact with Joanna and some of the other staff in the BCAFN. They continue to deal with any registrations that come through to this time. And the bylaws, the BCAFN bylaws state that 15 minutes before the end of the election is the absolute cutoff for registrations. However, as I noted, that doesn't really provide enough time for us to properly register a candidate and get you online and voting in that 15 minutes. So we have really tried to communicate that any registrations should be done well in advance of that.
Okay, we are past the designated time for wrapping up our session, but I want to just check again. Are there any further questions for the electoral officer? Seeing none, Ron, do you have any final comments?
None, just look out in your email in the next half an hour to 45 minutes for your email and link to voting. And I hope that you find the process simple. I think you will. And we'll see you all tomorrow.
Thank you very much, Ron. And thank you very much to everyone. I do want to note that the meeting will now go into recess, and that we will reconvene the Zoom meeting itself at 12 noon tomorrow. I do want to really encourage the chiefs and proxies to come into the Zoom room just before 12 o'clock so that we can begin the meeting promptly. We do have 15 resolutions to get through tomorrow if we can at all. And so just again, if you could sign in for the assembly and be ready to go right at that 12 o'clock period, that would be incredibly appreciated. With that, I think we have concluded all the business that we had before us today. So I want to thank everybody for their due diligence as we've gone through a very busy, productive, and long day. Enjoy your evening, and we will see you all tomorrow a few minutes before 12. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Have a good night.